Good morning. This is the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is our weekly agenda on June 10th, and we start with a roll call.
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman,
Here.
Commissioner Cross,
Present.
Commissioner Mesner,
Here.
Commissioner Oath,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have 5 commissioners present.
Great. Great to see everybody. We have a full agenda this morning, including a presentation on cumulative impacts, a couple of OGDPs, and a couple of other matters that we're going to be speaking about. We start with commissioner comments, and if it's okay with commissioners, I'll start there. I wanted to recognize that the commission received a letter dated June 4th, 2026 from a number of organizations and individuals. They are 350 Colorado, Black Parents United Foundation, Citizens for Healthy Community, Broomfield Health and Safety First, Colorado Coalition for a Livable Climate, Erie Protectors, Grand Valley Citizens Alliance, Larimer Alliance, PSR Colorado, Physicians for Social Responsibility, Western Colorado Alliance, the Greenhouse Connection Center, Sierra Club, and Save the Aurora Reservoir. A few individuals also signed off on the letter. Wanted to let the world know that the commission has received that letter and that within it, I've had some discussions with staff, and my understanding is that this arises out of, at least in part, some work from our community relations unit, which I applaud. But and I think the other commissioners are not fully familiar with the background and the work of that team with these groups that would facilitate the requests contained within the letter. With that being the case, I think it would be helpful for commissioners if the community relations unit is directed to present to the commission a framework on where this matter stands, which would allow the commission to then further understand the request within the letter. I understand there was a lot of other discussion areas, not just this explore the development of denial guidance, which is kind of the theme of the letter. So if commissioners are okay with it, I would suggest the community relations unit report back to us with a public facing report, just come talk to us on June 24th. And then I would request that commissioners take that under advisement and that we come back on or after July 8th to give us a little time to digest the report and digest the request, et cetera. And then we can have a discussion amongst ourselves of what actions, if any, are necessary or prudent based upon the request of the letter and the report from our staff. So that's what I've done with the letter we received a week or two ago. Commissioners, are you comfortable with that direction? Do you see other direction that could be helpful? Commissioner Oath?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I would just say thank you for that summary, for that your initial thoughts. I think that approach makes a lot of sense, and I'm supportive of that, and have no other suggestions. So that makes sense to me.
Okay. Then our staff is so instructed. Lauren Mercer-Gelman's been kind of running lead as policy director, but we've had Stephen and some others involved in discussions. And so we just ask you guys to follow up with us on that front, and then we'll look forward to it. If you could make sure that the authors of the letter are aware that we'll be having a information session on the 24th and a potential discussion of commissioners on July 8th. I think that would be helpful as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will prepare for that presentation and make sure that the letter signatories are aware of the plan.
Awesome. Okay. Those are my commissioner comments. Do other commissioners have comments? Commissioner Messner?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a reminder that the first Colorado Produced Water Consortium meeting of the year is taking place on Friday in Trinidad. Any folks that might be interested in attending, the information is available on the Colorado Produced Water Consortium website. We've got a pretty good agenda planned for that meeting, and so look forward to it at the end of the week. So that's all I've got.
Thank you, Commissioner Messner. Is there public comment at this meetings?
There is, yes, you can sign up online,
And is it virtual or in person or both?
both.
Very good. All right. Thank you very much. Moving forward on that front. Other commissioners with comments? All right, seeing none, we move to public comment. We had one written public comment from Valerie Passerini. That's in our record. And then two members of the public signed up, Randy Willard and Bill Crusser. Are either of those folks with us this morning?
Mr. Chair, we've elevated Mr. Willard. We do not see Mr. Cresser in the attendee list at the moment, but I will keep looking and update you after Mr. Willard's comment.
Very good. Good morning, Mr. Willard. You're recognized.
Morning. Thank you for hearing my comment today. My name is Randy Willard, and I am a resident of Aurora. Today, you'll be addressing several violators of the precious rules and regulations and letting them off with a light slap on the wrist and a please audit 2% of future submissions, which will surely discourage them to not lie again. How can we be here? The state is desperate for revenues, and yet this body continues to wave them away as if you are protecting your friends. This is not how this works. You assure us that the operators are good and follow the rules, which together protect us, but the reality on the ground is that they lie about their submissions. They don't complete work they are contractually obligated to, and nothing happens. Time after time. 2 years ago, it was submitting drilling chemicals to the tune of $37 million in fines, waived, just like the rest. In a time when our state really does need money and when one industry has all of it, shouldn't this process work out differently? Shouldn't they pay for what they've done? I remember the last parking ticket I got. If I didn't pay the ticket, they would put out a warrant. Why doesn't it work that way here? If you have unpaid fees, you cannot apply for more wells. If you continue to spill and be a generally bad actor like almost all in the industry are, you can't be permitted. This is simply how business works. When companies don't live up to their promises, when they harm people and the land they develop, when they break contracts, they should not be let off the hook. Do your jobs. Hold them to account. We all have to. Why shouldn't they? Thank you. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Willard. We appreciate you taking time with us as well. Do we have Mr. Cresser? And if not, what we'll do is we'll hold public comment and come back to it once Mr. Cresser arrives.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I still don't see Mr. Cresser in the attendee list. If he's there, he can raise his hand, but otherwise I suggest we come back to him at a later point today.
All right. So public comment is still open, and we're going to move to our next presentation. This is an ECMC Cumulative Impacts and Energy Transition Unit Annual Cumulative Impacts Report presentation. And there's a whole lot of people that are going to be presenting here. And I think that Ms. Trask, as the Cumulative Impacts and Energy Transition Manager, is going to lead us off.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great, thank you. My name is Sabrina Trask, and I'm the manager of the Cumulative Impacts and Energy Transition Unit here at ECMC. I'm here today with about half of my staff, half of the CIET unit, to share with you ECMC's 2025 annual report on cumulative impacts, which was published last month. I believe it was May 15th. We have about an hour's worth of slides to walk you through today. I promise they're not boring. After that, we'll be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have. Because there are so many slides today, and we want to make sure to get through everything timely, I would just ask that as questions pop into your mind during our presentation, make a note of the slide number so that at the Q&A at the end, you can tell us which slide to forward to so we can get there faster. I also want to note before I jump in that today's presentation is intentionally going to skip two significant portions of the report. The details of CPW's Colorado Parks and Wildlife's compensatory mitigation program and the details of APCD's oil and natural gas annual emission inventory report, or ONGAIR. We felt it was better to bring in those folks who wrote those reports directly to speak to those reports with you. So we're working with our hearings manager, Elias Thomas, to get CPW and APCD staff scheduled to present those important studies directly for you at one of our upcoming commission hearings. So with that, my team and I are eager to present to you first an introduction to the CIET unit and specifically the Cumulative Impacts team who is here with me today. And then an overview of what the Cumulative Impacts Annual Report is all about. After that, we'll do a little bit of a deep dive into the 2025 report, covering some high-level takeaways, highlights of each operational basin, some related program updates, and close out with some recommendations for future staff and commission initiatives to help improve our program and our future reports. So before we jump into the report, I want to give a little bit of background on the Cumulative Impacts and Energy Transition Unit. This unit was only established in August of 2024, so less than 2 years ago. It seems like we've been working a lot longer than that. In that short period of time, the CIET unit has done a lot for ECMC, and we look forward to continuing to expand ECMC's mission and abilities going forward. So hopefully you can see a little bit of an abbreviated org chart here. The CIET unit is housed in the operations section of ECMC under the Deputy Director of Operations, Greg Dronlow. The unit is made up of 2 distinct teams, the Energy Transition Team and the Cumulative Impacts Team. Just want to take a minute to talk about the Energy Transition Team. That team focuses on 3 key functions. First, expanding ECMC's new deep geothermal program. Second, launching our forthcoming Class 6 program, sometimes referred to as Carbon Capture and Storage, or CCS. That program will literally make up the carbon management portion of ECMC's name. And third, the scientific study and policy and legislative development of new and emerging energy technologies and industries such as hydrogen and potentially other classes of UIC wells. There's a lot to talk about with the energy transition team, so we are tentatively scheduled to give the Commission a full update on our geothermal and Class 6 programs a few weeks from now. I think we might be scheduled for July 1st, but I will confirm that. So consider this sort of a teaser for that upcoming presentation. Our main focus today is going to be the work of the Cumulative Impacts team, which is focused on reducing the adverse impacts of oil and gas development and supporting the state's climate initiatives and goals. We accomplished this work through multiple programs, first and foremost through our review of cumulative impacts on every oil and gas development plan, or OGDP. This is primarily done through our review of the Form 2B and the Cumulative Impacts Analysis, or CIA, that is required with every OGDP application. This review will likely expand into our Class 6 permit reviews once we receive primacy from the EPA to regulate that program later this summer. Currently, our geothermal program does not require a cumulative impact evaluation, but should that change in the future, this CI team will be well poised to take on that additional review. The CI team also reduces methane emissions and reclaims surface areas through ECMC's marginal well plugging program. We also support local governments' efforts to expand wind, solar, and battery energy storage projects through our renewable energy program, all of which we'll talk about a little bit later in this presentation. So I'd like to introduce the Cumulative Impacts team to you now. I think you probably know most of these folks by this point. Before I have them each introduce themselves, I'd like to say with all seriousness that this is truly a team of unicorns, in that each person on the team is uniquely skilled and responsible for work that no one else does at ECMC. There's no duplication or repetition of effort here. This team is an absolute joy to work with, and as manager, I'm happy to brag about them every chance I get. So enough mush. Let me call out Dita. Can I pick on you to unmute yourself and start the individual introductions?
Sure. Thanks, Sabrina. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dita Osborne, the Senior Air Quality Specialist here at ECMC. In my role, I oversee our state and federal marginal well plugging programs and serve as the primary bridge to our partners at the Air Division. I also contribute to several interagency technical and policy working groups, and I'm particularly passionate about our work on methane mitigation projects. I'll pass it over to Stephen.
Thanks, Dita. My name is Stephen Schwarz. I am the Cumulative Impact Supervisor here at ECMC. And while I have had multiple roles within the planning and permitting unit previously, it is my extreme pleasure to have 4 fantastic direct reports here in the Cumulative Impacts team. Starting with Alex Axe, our senior and technical writer, who is taking some well-deserved time off right now. Beyond just the title of science and technical writer, Alex focuses on scientific research, technical writing, desktop publishing, website updates, and collaborating with other scientists, both inside and outside of the agency. Next, I'll turn it over to Pete, who will introduce himself.
Thank you, Stephen. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Pete Dunleavy. I'm the Renewable Energy Program Coordinator. I've been in this role for about 18 months now, and I work in a really interesting space, providing support and technical assistance to solar, wind, and battery storage projects across the state. We do not permit or regulate those projects, so it is really a position of technical assistance with the siting of those projects, permitting, planning, and code and land use revisions and things like that. So thank you for having us here today. And I think I will turn that over to Daniel Sharon.
Thanks, Pete, and good morning, commissioners. I'm Dan Sharon, the ECMC Cumulative Impacts and Emissions Specialist. I've been doing this agency for about a year now. And my work here focuses on the review of emissions data and cumulative impacts evaluations for permit applications, as well as developing internal and external guidance, serving on work groups, and more cumulative impact work. And I will pass it off to our last team member today, Mike Wells.
Good morning. I'm Mike Wells, the ECMC Cumulative Impacts Data Specialist, and I manage the significant amount of cumulative impacts data we collect and organize it for our annual report and the future public-facing dashboard. And with that, I'll pass it back to Sabrina.
Great. Awesome. Thanks, team. So now, commissioners, that you know who our subject matter experts are, I want to just do a quick overview of what the annual Cumulative Impacts Report is. So ECMC's 300 series rules lays out a systematic approach to evaluating and addressing cumulative impacts. For every OGDP application, we review a large suite of information submitted by operators, which describes how their proposed operations are anticipated to cause adverse and beneficial impacts. These include impacts to air, water, and climate, noise and odors, impacts to wildlife, biological and soil resources, impacts to public welfare, including disproportionately impacted communities, impacts related to existing transportation corridors, and impacts known from the past, identified in the present, and anticipated in the future. If we were to draw sort of a weird Venn diagram, I was playing around trying to make a Venn diagram of all of the different components of cumulative impacts. It might look like something on the left side of the screen here, where everything taken together, all of the different resources, impacts, receptors taken together equals the cumulative impacts. Once all of this data is gathered and assessed, the cumulative impacts team interprets that data and puts out an annual report to describe it. We don't do this in a vacuum. The data we gather is largely from ECMC, but also comes from many of our internal and external partners, including our Orphan Well program and marginal well plugging programs, the Colorado Produced Water Consortium. Both of those are sort of shown in green as tied to ECMC, as well as CPW, CDPHE, and APCD. It is this collaborative effort across multiple state agencies that results in a comprehensive assessment and interpretation of cumulative impacts in Colorado. So in words, what is the annual report? Simply put, the annual cumulative impacts report is ECMC's most powerful tool that enables us to evaluate and address cumulative impacts as mandated by state law. We gather data from each OGDP application over the course of the calendar year. We then aggregate that data by resource type or by geographic area or by operational style. We look for any possible trends that might emerge within the year's worth of data, and we make our best interpretation of what that data means. Then we do the whole thing again, but aggregated with all the previous year's data. So for us, this program was initiated through our 2020 mission change rulemaking effective in early 2021. It is important to note that the bulk of the 1 year sort of 2025 annual data is largely estimates of potential impacts assessed during the permitting process. These are not actual data and do not represent a definitive measure of impacts that have occurred or will occur. The long-term data also, sorry, let me go back one. The long-term data, so 2021 to 2025, also includes some instances of actual data. This is data that is reported after operations are complete. Where these actual data exist, this report compares the early estimates with the later actuals to see if ECMC's rules and policies are effectively identifying estimated impacts during the application phase. We'll talk a little bit more about estimates versus actuals later in this presentation. So the main reason why we undertake this grueling and difficult study each year is not simply because legislation requires that ECMC evaluates and addresses cumulative impacts, and it's not because our Rule 904 says we have to spit out an annual report. The real reason we explore these data each year and publish our findings is to understand if ECMC and industry are effectively applying the mitigation hierarchy. That's the avoid, minimize, and mitigate framework, and to identify trends in the data that tell us how our rules are working effectively or not working effectively. From this analysis, we can identify where and how to improve our practices, processes, policies, rules, and even legislation in order to further reduce the adverse impacts of energy development and to further enable Colorado to reach our climate goals. No other platform gives ECMC such a powerful ability to make meaningful and effective change in energy policy. So before I hand it over to Stephen and the crew, I just want to take a personal moment and thank the commission again for having us here today. I unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, because I talk too much, have to jump off of this call for another appointment shortly. So I won't be available for the rest of this presentation or for the Q&A. I'm happy to circle back with any of you later if you have questions that the staff wants to punt to me, but I am fully comfortable and confident that I leave you in very capable hands today with this team. So with that, thank you again, and Stephen, take it away.
Actually, Stephen, before you take it away, Sabrina, knowing that you're going to be gone and knowing that you're kind of leading the team and you presented a really good overview, do you mind if I give commissioners a chance to ask you any questions relevant to the work you just talked to us about?
I don't mind at all.
Okay, then I have one question.
Sure.
How many of the states are doing this?
To my knowledge, none, at least no other states are doing this at the level that we are. We are far and away ahead of the pack in all regards to cumulative impact assessment, evaluation, data gathering for cumulative impact, specifically for oil and gas.
And with that being the case, and that's my understanding as well, I go to the Interstate Oil and Gas Conservation Commission meetings in which all the other energy producing states are there and no one seems to be doing this. So where's the guidebook that you guys are following on how to do this?
I wish I had it. We have just learned so much, particularly over the last 2 years, from our stakeholders, from industry, from scientists, from academic studies, from other applications related to cumulative impacts. Certainly, CDPHE's EnviroScreen mapping tool is a phenomenally powerful tool that we use, that our agency uses. It's really been, as we like to talk about, building the plane and flying it at the same time. We have a lot more work to do, but I feel like in this 5-year milestone of cumulative impacts analysis at ECMC, we really have built a very strong foundation for this program. We're moving in the right direction, and we anticipate no significant changes to our program going forward. There will always be fine-tuning, especially as industry changes, as our stakeholders are able to participate and give meaningful feedback, as technology changes, as budget changes. So we want to be flexible and adaptable going forward, but I do feel like we've got a solid foundation already.
And the legislative mandate around cumulative impact started in 19181 with a clause, we shall evaluate and address cumulative impacts. And then it expanded significantly, at least once, if not more than once, over the years, maybe 2024, I can't remember exactly, but there was a huge cumulative impacts, additional statutory change and cumulative impacts rulemaking by commission. So the plane's not necessarily been the same plane. It started as like a prop plane, and now it's a larger jet. And so, how is your team reacting to changes in legislative mandates to ensure that we're accommodating the current message and philosophy for cumulative impacts in Colorado?
That's a great question. I appreciate it. This team is amazing. They have been resilient through all of the changes, the legislative changes over the last few years. We just buckle down. We get as much scientific information under our belts as we can. We reach out to all of our stakeholders, industry, agency partners, academic partners, just trying to understand what is the intent of the law. How can ECMC put that intent into action? We've been just really, really lucky to be well supported by this commission, certainly well supported by Director Murphy, and very lucky to have such a robust and diverse suite of stakeholders helping us navigate these new laws.
And the little blob map with the different stakeholders, CPW, CDPHE, et cetera, are they doing their, part to facilitate and to bring information in to your team for the cumulative impacts report and the analysis?
They are. They are wonderful partners to work with. We do work very closely with APCD and CDPHE staff. We have regular, like bi-weekly meetings and monthly meetings with various folks over at those agencies. We communicate regularly. We data share continually. We've been working with APCD staff for maybe a year or more now on how to integrate or find connectivity between our COGIS database and CIDR database with their OnGAIR systems. CPW certainly is deeply engaged in helping us with navigating changes to high priority habitat maps every year. They're wonderful partners, and we interact and collaborate willingly and appreciatively.
Thanks for letting me at least ask some high-level questions before you hop
You're
off.
welcome.
Other questions for Sabrina before she moves on, and then we'll hear from the rest of staff? Commissioner Messner?
Thanks, Ms. Trask. Sorry you have to jump off here. And not to jump ahead in this, but we will hear about some recommendations in the cumulative impact report this year. And I guess just a thought, it'd be great to have the cumulative impacts team come back at a future date, hopefully relatively soon. And talk a little bit more about not just the cumulative impacts report, but what the cumulative impacts team does in evaluating each OGDP and developing, the recommendations in the director's recommendation, and then how the commission can utilize the information that is being developed by the cumulative impacts team, in evaluating OGDPs in our decision making, as well as the other things that you do as the cumulative impacts team aside from the annual report.
Commissioner Muster, thank you. I'm going to take that as an invitation, and we would love to come back and present to the commission again in the near future. Some of us have done some additional work with Commissioner Cross and the Form 2B working group. So we've already got some materials sort of prepared to be able to describe how do we do our evaluation of cumulative impacts in every OGDP application. We'd love to bring that forward to the whole commission and share that information with you and with all of our stakeholders. So we will definitely get that on the books. Love to have that conversation. Would certainly, you're right, forecasting a little bit, we do have a recommendation that you'll hear about later in today's presentation that we would love your input on, and having an open discussion about what is our current process and what are the gaps in our current process. What can we do better with our current process? I would love to have that conversation with you and the commission and our stakeholders as applicable. On a, I guess, purely selfish note, I would not want to do another rulemaking on it. But I think that having some internal discussion and understanding what our process is, how do we review the data, what do we do when we don't like what we see in the data, how do we get applicants to revise their data or revise their operational programs. I'd love to share that process with everyone and get your feedback and input on how we can do that better.
Thanks. That would be super helpful for me. So I would appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Other questions for Ms. Trask? Commissioner Cross?
You, Chair, and I don't have a question. I just, to Ms. Trask's point there, I just want to say thank you to Ms. Trask and her entire team. They've been helping a lot with our Form 2B working group that just had, I believe, our 6th meeting yesterday. And they've done a great job in preparing information that helps all the stakeholders involved understand some of the processes, not just of staff, but of the commission, and reviewing and analyzing the information submitted with the 2B and other cumulative impact analyses. And so special thank you to them for all their hard work and extra work as they're working on reports like this to also help out with that working group.
Thank you, Commissioner Cross.
Further questions? All right, we'll let you go and we'll hear from Mr. Schwartz.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina, and thank you, commissioners. Before we get into the meat of the report, we felt it was important to remind folks where the information used in the report comes from, which is the Form 2B. The Form 2B is the main source of information for the annual cumulative impacts report and is required as part of every OGDP that is submitted before the Commission. Rule 315A outlines the specific information required in the Form 2B, and you can draw pretty direct lines from the individual rule subparts to specific data fields within the Form 2B itself. Now, as we just discussed, continuous improvement is something that is at top of mind when it comes to this and all programs at ECMC. And there were a couple recommendations in the 2024 Cumulative Impacts Report that specifically targeted the Form 2B for improvements relating to data and process consistency, and I'm happy to report on the outcomes of some of the work towards those recommendations. First, we worked with our IAT unit to make it easier for operators to amend a previously approved Form 2B. So what does this mean? In the past, to amend a Form 2B, operators had to manually copy over all the data from the approved form into the new amended form before editing the fields that they had the required changes for. As you can imagine, this was a laborious process and often introduced additional errors that required additional staff and operator time to correct. Now, Operators simply select the amend button, as you can see on the right hand of this slide there, in web forms, enter the document number of the previously approved Form 2B, and the system will auto-populate the amended form with all the data from the original form. This process was recently announced at the May operator meeting and will make it much easier going forward to incorporate those data corrections correctly for amended Form 2Bs. Finally, an even more recent development is the rollout of the Form 2B checklist at yesterday's operator meeting. The Form 2B checklist is an incredibly comprehensive guidance document that provides instructions, resources, and guidance to operators on how to correctly fill out every individual data field of the Form 2B. This checklist is similar to other planning and permitting unit guidance documents that have also been previously well received by operators. While staff has always been available to answer questions that may arise on the Form 2B, the lack of published guidance for the Form 2B has long been an issue. We believe that the issuance of this guidance document will help improve the quality and consistency of the data we receive in future Form 2Bs. Now, without further ado, let's get into this year's report, starting with the state of oil and gas in 2025. In 2025, there were 48 OGDPs approved, which is a reduction compared to the 58 that were approved in 2024, but in line with the numbers seen in 2022 and 2023. You can see these on the chart all the way to the left. And I will note, of those 48 OGDPs that were approved in 2025, only 4 of them were approved under the new Cumulative Impact and Enhanced System and Practices rules, though this number will only grow through time. Commencement with the reduction of OGDP approvals in 2025, we also saw a reduction in OGDP-related locations and wells in 2025 compared to 2024. But again, these were roughly in line with the volumes that we saw in 2022 and 2023. Now, I want to briefly pause here and talk a little bit about how the data is presented, both in the report and this presentation today, and why we only sometimes will refer to statewide totals, and instead often normalize on a per location or per well basis. Starting here on the chart on the left, this is the total statewide emissions by year, as well as the number of wells approved in each given year across the top in green. And you can see that in many cases, the estimated emissions volumes track the number of wells approved for that given year. If the number of approved wells went up from year to year, the estimated emissions volume went up, and vice versa. In order to remove this overarching imprint of the number of approved OGDPs that it can apply to the data, we normalize the data on a per location or per well basis, with an example over here on the right side of your screen. This allows us to dive deeper to see trends that otherwise might have been missed, and more importantly, see detailed year-to-year changes in individual operating areas. So, now that we have the statewide picture of OGDP approvals in 2025, let's start to dive deeper into the individual operating areas and where these planned operations are going to take place. In 2025, OGDPs were approved across all the operating areas of Colorado, with the majority of the OGDPs approved in the Front Range, the area between Denver and the Wyoming border. The next most OGDPs were approved in the West Slope, on the western side of the state, followed by the Eastern Plains in the east and Southeast Plains, obviously in the southeast. Finally, the Southwest Slope and North Park operating areas each had a single OGDP approved in 2025. Now, moving from approved planned projects to existing wells, in 2025, we saw more wells plugged than were either approved through new OGDP approvals, so that was 801, or were spud from previously approved projects, 775, respectively. The Front Range had the most wells plugged, helping push the statewide total to a net 608 more wells plugged than spud in 2025. This demonstrates that even though we are adding and drilling more wells, we are plugging more than we're adding. And finally, new for 2025 we had the Community Relations Unit's Environmental Justice Community Liaisons working across Colorado. As a reminder, these positions were created out of the Cumulative Impacts and Enhanced Systems and Practices rules, with one liaison for each half of the state, Jessica Chavez in the Front Range and Stephen Arauza in the West Slope. In 2025, they attended 22 pre-application community meetings, which is also a new requirement from the CI-ESP rules for locations within certain distances of residences, both inside and outside disproportionately impacted communities. So far, these have been well received by the communities and offer an opportunity for better communication between the operators and the communities they are planning projects in. So I briefly spoke about operating areas at the start of our State of Oil and Gas 2025. Now let me explain a little bit more about how we in the Cumulative Impacts Report divide up the state into these different areas. The Cumulative Impact Report splits up Colorado into 6 different operating areas based primarily on the operating style within each area. These operating areas follow county boundaries, primarily for ease of database queries, and allows for each OGP to always have a defined operating area when they're approved within them. One recommendation from the 2024 report was to explore harmonizing our Cumulative Impact Report operating areas with some of the other geographical areas used by other groups, such as the Produced Water Consortium. The Produced Water Consortium aligns their data to long-established geologic basins within Colorado, rather than the clumping that we do in the Cumulative Impacts Report on a county basis, with wells that are in between basins being assigned to whichever basin they're closest as the crow flies. This methodology, however, ends up with different operating styles being lumped in the same basin. For example, as you can see in the map there on the right, the DJ Basin, where you have long horizontal wells, extends far to the east, where you have some of the simpler vertical wells, both rolling up into the single DJ Basin. Ultimately, looking at how PwC and other groups do it, there is no right or wrong way for dividing up the state. However, for consistency with our previous reports and the unique needs that we have in presenting data in our report, ultimately we decided to stick with our 6 basins that we've been using. However, thanks to ongoing collaboration with the other members of our fellow agencies and commissions and groups, this will allow for continued data interchangeability whenever needed. So, for the rest of this presentation, we will be focusing on some of the big takeaways from each of the different operating areas throughout the state, going in order from those that had the most OGDPs to the least. Starting with the Front Range, I'll now turn it over to my teammate, Dan.
Thank you, Stephen. All right, yeah, so we're going to begin our overview of operating area highlights with the most active oil and gas basin in the state, which is the Front Range. The Front Range has by far the most OGDPs, locations, and wells approved in any given year, and 2025 was no exception. As Stephen mentioned, development in this operating area is typically characterized by larger pads servicing multiple horizontal wells with long laterals drilled to reach minerals. The Front Range isn't just a highly active oil and gas basin, though. It is also the most densely populated region of Colorado, has large expanses of high priority habitat. Much of the area is classified as an ozone non-attainment area, and it contains many other sensitive resources and impact sources that make this a highly complex landscape. Because of the spatial overlap with the ozone non-attainment area, operations in this area are subject to stricter emissions requirements, and so we see a greater adoption by operators of best management practices and greener technologies such as electrified drilling rigs and production facilities, pipeline infrastructure, and things like that. All right, so these are the big takeaways, a summary of the big takeaways for the Front Range from this year's report. I'll be going into more detail about each of these findings in the following slides. So first up, in 2025, we saw an overall reduction in emissions compared with 2024. Stephen kind of teased this earlier with the kind of the bulk emissions, year-to-year emissions totals, but yeah, wait, this is almost certainly a result of fewer OGDPs, locations, and wells being approved in 2025 compared with 2024. And so while overall emissions did go down, again, we look at information on and emissions trends on a per well basis to kind of track in more granular detail what might be going on in each of these basins. So while those overall emissions went down, we did find that pre-production emissions of certain criteria pollutants and greenhouse gases increased on a per well basis in 2025 in the Front Range. These pollutants included carbon dioxide, nitrogen oxides, methane, and volatile organic compounds. These pollutants are all products of primarily products of combustion of hydrocarbon fuels. We also saw a similar increase in pre-production formaldehyde emissions, which is one of the main hazardous air pollutants emitted by oil and gas operations, and is also primarily the product of combustion of hydrocarbon fuels. Per well, pre-production formaldehyde emissions have steadily increased every year since 2021, which you can see in the area of this chart circled in red. So when we looked into the main sources for these pre-production emissions, we found that all of these pollutants are primarily coming from the non-road internal combustion engine source category, which primarily includes emissions from drill rigs and completions engines. These increases indicate that emissions reductions attributable to the adoption of cleaner technologies in the Front Range, such as electric drilling rigs and tankless or tank-like facilities, are potentially being offset or outpaced by operational and/or siting challenges, such as longer horizontal laterals, which would require longer completion times and thus more engine supplied power and thus more emissions. At this point in time, completions fleets are primarily powered by Tier 4 diesel engines without a viable option for electrification. We pulled out this thread a little bit and we wanted to examine operator supplied data from Form 2s on wellbore length in the Front Range just to see if our theory that increasing horizontal laterals was potentially driving this change. And sure enough, we did find that on average, the horizontal wellbore lengths have generally been increasing over the past few years in this operating area. While longer occupations and increasing per well emissions are concerning adverse cumulative impacts resulting from this trend of increasing lateral lengths, I do want to note that these disadvantages should be weighed and considered against some potential benefits. So for example, longer laterals allow locations to be sited farther from sensitive receptors such as homes and habitats, and also allow operators to potentially develop the same minerals with fewer wells and fewer locations, so reducing surface impacts and potentially lowering per well emissions. All right, the next thing we wanted to look at and highlight for this for the Front Range had to do with rig usage. So this is one of those cases where we compared not necessarily estimates, but what operators were proposing to use in the permit application stage versus what they ended up actually using when construction or when pre-production starts. So through the review of OGDP materials, rig reports, and communications with operators, we found that when an OGDP specifies a rig type, which it doesn't always, operators generally use that specified drilling rig type or switch to one with a lower emission engine or grid power when it's available when they enter pre-production. It is important to note that this data was only collected for OGDPs whose locations were completely drilled and completed in 2023 and 2024, which had Forms 5 and 5As available. So it's a pretty limited data set. But from this limited data set, there was one instance where a tier 2 dual fuel rig was proposed, and the operator was able to switch to a natural gas only engine. And then there were 3 instances of operators switching from a hydrocarbon powered rig to an electric rig due to grid power becoming available at the time of drilling operations. So yeah, either operators are using what they say they're going to use, or they switch to a cleaner technology, which is a positive trend. All right, switching gears a little bit here, I'll next be discussing impacts to residents near oil and gas locations. As previously mentioned, the Front Range is the most densely populated operating area and consistently has locations sited within 2,000 feet of one or more residential building units in any given year. This number did decline in 2025, again, likely in part due to the reduction in the number of locations approved compared with 2024. The bar chart at the bottom right here shows the distribution of distance from oil and gas locations to the nearest RBU. In 2025, most Front Range locations were sited greater than 2,000 feet from the nearest RBU, which is difficult in this operating area. Though 13 locations did have at least one RBU within 2,000 feet of them. You'll probably also notice there's that little green bar that has a 1 on top of it. Just want to provide a little more context around that. So in 2025, there was one location that was approved within 500 feet of an RBU. The RBU in question is an abandoned home, 151 feet from the pad. And the operator said in the hearing, I believe, that they will demolish the building prior to constructing the location. So because 2,000 feet is the setback distance that is established in ECMC rules, operators seeking to site locations nearer to homes are subject to additional requirements, which I will discuss on the next slide. So Rule 604B outlines 4 different off-ramps that allow operators to site locations closer than the minimum setback of 2,000 feet from an RBU. These include receiving informed consent from all affected owners and tenants, locations which received preliminary siting approval as part of a comprehensive area plan or comprehensive drilling plan, citing permanent production equipment greater than 2,000 feet from RBUs, or committing to other best management practices or conditions of approval, which are determined to provide substantially equivalent protections to residents. So as you can see in this figure, informed consent, which is represented by the green bars, was by far the most utilized off-ramp used over the past 5 years, and certainly the most by far method used in 2025. All right, next, for these last few slides, I'll be summarizing Front Range water usage. So the Front Range uses by far the most water of all operating areas, both overall and on a per well basis. Again, this is largely driven by the increasingly longer laterals typical of this operating area, which require over 400,000 barrels of water on average for each well completion. And also wanted to provide just the overall total water usage for this area, just for some context. So the Front Range OGDPs approved in 2025 are estimated to use 300 million barrels or 12.6 billion gallons of fresh water. 91% of the water used to complete wells in this operating area comes from freshwater sources, either surface water or groundwater sources. So the rest of that does come from additional sources, including municipal sources or potentially recycled produced water. And there have been efforts lately to increase the use of recycled produced water in pre-production operations. However, we're actually seeing a continuing decline in the percentage of recycled produced water utilization. The percentage of statewide estimated recycled water use reached an all-time low of 5.2% in 2025. And that was largely driven by a number of Front Range OGDPs, which planned on using no recycled water. Though, as can be seen in the chart on the top right, this declining utilization is occurring in other operating areas as well, particularly the Eastern Plains and the West Slope. Stephen is going to go into a little more depth on this topic in the estimates versus actual section of the presentation, but just wanted to end our discussion of the Front Range on a somewhat positive note here. So the chart on the left shows estimated versus actual total water usage on a per well basis. For the Front Range, you can see that operators are actually using more water than they estimated on the 2B. So those numbers I shared on the previous 2 slides ago might actually be an underestimate of the water utilization for OGDPs in 2025. However, in the chart on the right, you can see that operators are also using more recycled water per well in this operating area than they estimate to use on the 2Bs. So little bright spot there. Stephen will explore some of the reasons potentially driving these trends later on in this presentation. And with that, I will now turn it back to Stephen, who will discuss the big takeaways from the Western Slope operating area.
Great, thank you, Dan. So a quick introduction to the West Slope, where we had 7 OGDPs approved, which incorporated 9 locations and 67 wells related to those OGDPs. For those unfamiliar, the Western Slope is a large operating area containing multiple unconventional gas basins, in contrast to the primarily oil and gas that is found in the Front Range operating area. The mountainous terrain in the Western Slope means that a lot of the locations are sited in the flats of river valleys or on top of mesas. And the locations themselves are multi-well pads whose wells are drilled directionally, then hydraulically fractured, rather than the long laterals one sees in the Front Range. Additionally, in contrast to the Front Range, in the Western Slope, you have multiple overlapping high priority habitats, significant swaths of minerals, and surface lands that are owned by the federal government compared to the Front Range, which is primarily fee or private surface ownership. And finally, the scarcity of water in the Western Slope has led operators in this area to, over the last couple decades, develop a significant infrastructure for storing, moving, and recycling produced water generated from the wells. So, some big takeaways from 2025. We saw for the first time more West Slope OGDPs approved for horizontal well projects than the traditional directional wells. This is significant because of the naturally higher emissions and water use profile that comes with drilling and completing long laterals versus the shorter directional wells. This shift in development style is also due to projects targeting more oil-rich formations instead of the gas unconventional plays that had been the previous target. With this shift also comes more oil and condensate tanks being permitted in this operating area than before. And these newer projects don't propose the use of recycled water, a stark departure from the direction of OGDPs that we're used to seeing from the West Slope. And finally, as the development moves in search of these oil-rich plays, we're starting to see an increase in the high priority habitat construction disturbance as new locations and infrastructure are built out to serve these new locations. Now let's go into the data a little bit. With regards to emissions, while the trend is subtle, there have been increasing estimated CO2 and VOC emissions as more and more horizontal OGDPs are being approved in Western Slope. These are exemplified by the top and middle charts here on the right. Additionally, there was a noticeable increase in the estimated pre-production hazardous air pollutants in the West Slope in 2025. Now, beyond just the estimated pre-production emissions in 2025, We're also seeing an increase in the permanent tanks needed to store both the oil that is being produced, you can see in the left-hand chart there in the west slope, but also the water that will be co-produced as well. Planned average new produced water storage capacity on the right-hand side. This is because these projects aren't necessarily connecting into those established infrastructure systems I spoke about at the introduction to this operating area. Not only does this shift in operating style require more tanks, but it also requires more water. As we can see here, 2025 saw the highest planned water use per well on the west slope, yet with their per well water use fingerprint more similar to the horizontal drilling we see in the Front Range or North Park operating areas. Very different than the directional only style we had seen in the west slope in the 2021 and 2022 data. But it isn't just the amount of water that's being used, but also where that water is being sourced from. While the directional well projects still plan to use almost exclusively recycled water, as you can see in this table here, 69 to 96 to 97%, the horizontal OGDPs that were approved plan to use none. This shift affects both the percentage of recycled water that is used in the west slope, but also throughout the state. And this is something that Dan had just spoken to as what we're seeing in the Front Range. While the west slope had previously been one of the operating areas with the highest planned recycled water use, as more and more OGDPs are approved that plan to use no recycled water, it has brought down the average west slope and average statewide estimated recycled water use to its lower levels yet, as you can see in the upper right and lower left charts. While this is not great news, there is a bright spot on the horizon. The new produced water rules have only recently fully gone into effect, and we anticipate more positive trajectory in the future as more OGDPs are approved under these newest ECMC rules. Finally, in 2025, we saw an increase in the proposed total construction disturbance within high priority habitat in the west slope. As you can see in the chart on the left, nearly 3 times what was previously being seen. As these new projects are moving into new areas, it requires more build out of infrastructure like pipelines and roads, more build out for new locations away from previously established areas. And in 2025, overall statewide, we did not see any reduction in the overall percentage of locations proposed to be sited within high priority habitats, with the percentage matching 2024's high of 44%. Now, while the same percentage of OGDP locations are in HPH as last year, there was a shift in which HPHs were proposed to be impacted. In 2025, there was a significant decrease in the amount of proposed disturbance to 1202D habitats, or the density habitats. But we saw an increase in the amount of proposed disturbance to the Rule 309 E1 habitats, or the CPW consultation habitats, particularly the greater sage grouse and lesser prairie chicken 309 E1 HPHs. Now, just a quick refresher on the different types of HPH. Rule 1202C, these are what you would call the no surface occupancy habitats and are typically the HPHs of highest concern. 1202D are the density habitats, where the concern is how many locations are being sited within a certain area. And finally, the Rule 309 E1 habitats, while not necessarily explicitly identified in the 1200 series rules, have been pre-identified as CPW as areas they will always seek to consult on, but are of the lowest level of concern in terms of habitats explicitly identified in the 1200 series. Now, one of the outcomes of a CPW consultation on any HPH is the possibility of timing stipulations as a best management practice for the proposed location. That is one project the Commission requested we looked into for this year's report. One of the requests from last year's report specifically was to look at how many times operators were complying with HPH timing stipulations versus paying additional mitigation fees to operate within those timing stipulation periods. After looking through when operations occurred at locations within high priority habitat, we found only 2 instances where an operator did opt to pay additional mitigation fees to operate within that timing period. Given the number of locations approved within HPH, this actually shows that operators are overwhelmingly sticking to the prescribed timing stipulations, and the timing stipulations are an effective tool on the avoid, minimize, mitigate hierarchy to address cumulative impacts to wildlife from oil and gas operations. And now I'll turn things over to my teammate, Mike.
Thank you, Stephen. I'm going to talk to you about the takeaways from the Eastern Plains operating area. In 2025, the Eastern Plains operating area saw 5 OGDPs approved, containing 16 proposed locations and 14 wells. 2 of these locations only contain tanks. The Eastern Plains is a low-density rural area with large swaths of rangeland. When compared to the previous 2 operating areas, there is significantly less oil and gas infrastructure. The dominant development style is for small single-well locations where due to the conventional geology, hydraulic fracturing is not required for the well to produce. Looking at the last 3 years, there's been an increase in deep helium projects. These target formations at over 5,000 feet in depth and produce both helium and hydrocarbons. Similar to what we see in the West Slope, as the operating style shifts, so do the impacts. As more of these deep helium projects are approved, we are seeing an increase in both the number of tanks and the associated emissions. Additionally, this development style has caused a shift in the percentage of recycled water being used. Unfortunately, as we mentioned in the previous slide, the lack of infrastructure limits the amount of recycled water available. Starting first with the increase in proposed tanks. In 2025, there was a marked increase in the estimated amount of VOC emissions, volatile organic compounds, from production activities. This was increasing from 4.7 US tons per well in 2024 to 11.6 US tons per well in 2025. When we break it down by emission source, the majority is related to tanks. This relationship is even more stark when we look at the HAPs, the hazardous air pollutants. In 2025, we saw an increase in HAPs emissions from production activities from 203 pounds per well in 2024 up to 514 pounds per well in 2025, with nearly all of that related to tanks. Now, while emissions are going up, recycled water is going down. The shift to the newer helium play, combined with a general lack of recycled water infrastructure, has led to a multi-year decline in the proposed amount of recycled water used in the Eastern Plains. This does contribute to the lower percentage of planned recycled water use statewide, but it's important to note in terms of scale, the Eastern Plains use far, far less water than other operating areas, because the Eastern Plains wells are not hydraulically fractured. However, the current trend of decreasing estimated water percent is noticeable. Looking forward, as mentioned in the previous discussion areas, we expect the newly enacted produced water recycling rules to have a positive impact on future projects. And now I'll turn this over to my teammate Pete.
Thank you, Mike, and good morning again to the Commission. I'll be speaking on the last 3 operating areas, starting with the Southeast Plains. In 2025, the Southeast Plains had 2 OGPDs approved, consisting of 9 proposed locations and 9 wells. And similar to the Eastern Plains, the Southeast Plains operating area is quite rural and has single well location development, but is even more rural and less densely populated than the Eastern Plains, and has even less oil and gas infrastructure built out across the operating area. It's important to note that while the Raton Basin resides within the Southeast Plains operating area, to date there have been no DPs submitted in that basin. Instead, this operating area has been dominated by shallow helium OGDPs, shallow in the sense that they're targeting formations less than 2,500 feet deep. Due to the shallow nature of these wells, they're some of the least impactful operations in Colorado, typically being proposed using truck-mounted drilling rigs, more similar to water well rigs than the big production rigs seen in other operating areas. Um, so some takeaways, given how few OGDPs were received, there's not a whole lot to take away here for 2025, but there are a couple notable items, specifically that there was a reduction in infrastructure build-out proposed in the 2025 OGDPs, and that the OGDPs continue to be sited entirely within DI communities, though not near people, which we'll discuss in a moment. As we noted earlier in the presentation, we do normalize a lot of our data on a per well basis. However, in areas like the Southeast Plains, with their single well locations, it tends to statistically overrepresent per well impacts. While it may not be as useful for comparing area operations to each other, it is a very effective tool in observing changes from year to year within an operating area. We can see this in the change with the proposed construction and post-interim reclamation infrastructure disturbance per well for the Southeast Plains operating area. In previous years, there was a significant proposed per well disturbance acreage in the Southeast Plains. Since there's very little infrastructure in those areas and new pipelines, utilities, and especially access roads needed to be constructed. Since access roads are not reclaimed during the interim reclamation, it is clear that one of the drivers of the lower post-interim reclamation proposed disturbance in 2025 is fewer access roads proposed to be built in the 2025 OGDP locations. This is achieved through proposing new locations close to existing established access roads, therefore not necessitating the construction of new roads. So in terms of siting within DI communities, the Southeast Plains operating area continues to have some of the most locations sited within DI communities, for the past 2 years. When we look at maps of the DI communities, it becomes easy to see why. There's the map there. Since most of Los Animas County, the county where the majority of the shallow helium play is located, is one large DI community census block. So regardless of where in the county you're citing a location, chances are it will be within a mapped DI community. However, due to the very rural nature of the operating area, that doesn't mean the locations are being sited near people. In fact, the Southeast Plains is the only operating area to never have an OGDP location sited within 2,000 feet of an RBU. And in 2025, none of the locations were within a mile of any RBUs. So again, while the OGDPs may be proposed within DI communities, they're at least not being sited close to people within the DI community. So moving on to our last two operating areas, the North Park and Southwest Slope. Both of these operating areas only had one OGDP each in 2025, though they are very different areas. North Park, located entirely within Jackson County in north central Colorado, is an isolated basin with little infrastructure, and the recent development there is hydraulically fractured horizontal wells, similar to the Front Range. The southwest slope is similar to the Southeast Plains in that it is rural in nature, contains the southern Ute Indian tribal lands, and the development has typically been coal bed methane with multiple laterals off of a single vertical well. So with such little activity in these operating areas, it is difficult to draw many year-over-year conclusions, especially with North Park just seeing its first OGDP in 2024. One observation from 2025 is that although both basins are fairly rural, as the OGDPs in each were sited within 2,000 feet of RBUs, meaning that the equipment on the locations, including produced water tanks, were also planned within 2,000 feet of the RBUs. This kind of bucks a trend that has otherwise been present in other areas of seeing fewer and fewer produced water tanks being sited near people. Now, with that, to move on to the discussion of comparing estimated values with actual reported values, I'll turn it back over to my teammate Dan. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. So as you know, the Form 2B data are estimates of the potential impacts to resources that are expected to result from the construction and operation of an oil and gas location. So we want to make sure that the data that we're collecting on the Form 2B is as accurate as possible. And one way to do that is to compare the data against other data sets which record actual impact data. We conducted 2 such comparisons as part of this year's cumulative impacts report for air emissions and water usage. Operators annually report actual air emissions data to the Air Pollution Control Division through the Oil and Natural Gas Air Emissions Inventory Reporting System, or ONGAIR. Operators also report actual water usage during drilling and restimulation to the ECMC through the forms 5 and 5A. So we have those 2 existing actual data sets that we can compare with what operators are telling us on the Form 2B. Now, it can be pretty challenging to compare data estimates with actuals, and there are a number of reasons why the values may not align for a given oil and gas location. I have a big list here. I'm not going to go through all of these. If you want more details on those, they're in the report. But for example, OGDP applications are often submitted and approved years before the actual construction begins on a pad. And many things can change during that time, such as the availability of equipment, implementation of stricter regulations and reporting requirements, things like that. For air emissions, another factor is that both CIDR and ONGAIR are relatively young data sets. Both ECMC and APCD have made changes and improvements to these data sets and associated guidance over the past several years, with the goal of gathering more accurate and comparable data from operators, but still a work in progress. So with those caveats in mind, let's dig into the results of these comparisons. So for air emissions, we took a look this year. We took a look at 23 oil and gas locations for this preliminary air emissions comparison. This is the first time that we've done this comparison. For this analysis, we chose locations which had completed pre-production by the end of 2024 because those data were summarized in the June 2025 ONGAIR data reports, and those reports would include complete pre-production data sets for those locations. And this data set represents locations across 4 of the operating areas in the state. We only looked, this year we only looked at pre-production emissions for criteria pollutants and greenhouse gases. We will expand the analysis in the future to include production data and additional pollutants when we can. So for this analysis, we found that carbon dioxide and N2O were generally overestimated on the Form 2B compared with ONGAIR. Carbon monoxide, NOx, and VOCs were underestimated, and methane and ethane were pretty well aligned, though there were some outliers in both of the data sets. So no consistent, over or underestimation across the board, kind of highly variable there. So again, this was the first attempt at a comparison, and it shows that there is still much work needed to align estimates with actuals, though even within this limited data set, we did note that The more recent OGDP submittals had smaller differences between the estimates and reported actuals, which indicates to us that operators' estimations are becoming more accurate. We anticipate this trend to continue as a result of better agency coordination, updated guidance and expectations, such as the publication of the Form 2B checklist that was mentioned previously in the presentation, and other efforts currently underway that will greatly improve this comparison over time. So I will turn it back to Stephen to present on a similar comparison we conducted this year for water usage.
Thank you, Dan. For OGDP wells that were drilled, completed, and had all of the drilling completions forms approved in 2025, the estimated total water use has operators still underestimating their total water use in the Front Range, and to a lesser degree in the West Slope compared to the actuals. This is the chart you can see on the left-hand side here. This leads to an overall underestimation on the total statewide water use. In terms of estimated versus actuals with regards to planned versus actual recycled water use, due to an underestimation on the Front Range and a slight overestimation in the West Slope, the statewide picture is actually fairly even for how the estimate versus actuals in terms of recycled water looks. Now, when one of the questions from last year's 2024 report that we had from the Commission was to try and tease out a little bit of the why here. And through various informal communications and conversations with different operators, we found that there was not one single reason or trend. Operators gave such answers as occasionally there was a typo on the Form 2B, an additional 0 added or not added. Some operators through, for example, mergers and acquisitions, changed their proposed completion design after OGDP approval. Like Dan just said, these operations can take place a few years after OGDP approval. But we didn't just look at why the total water use was changed. We also got into where are those instances where you were able to use more recycled water than you originally planned. And some operators described that while they might have proposed, hypothetically, let's say 100,000 barrels of recycled water based on the information they had at the time of OGDP submittal, when it came time to actually conducting the completions operations in the field, because there was, say, 200 or 300 barrels of recycled water available, they took advantage of this increased availability and increased their recycled water use. Now, that's just one example. There are multiple different reasons, but these are just highlighting some of the sort of scattered reasons why things in the field might not match up perfectly with the estimates we receive on the Form 2B. Now, but going specifically to that total planned versus actual water use, while the continued underestimation is disappointing, we are starting to see a bright spot in the data. You can see here in this chart, we present estimate versus actual water use for locations that had all of their wells drilled and completed and all the associated forms 5 and 5A approved by the end of that calendar year. In the chart, you can see OGDP approval years and the numbers of locations we drew from for the annual estimates versus actuals comparisons. For example, the charts on the previous slide I just showed were based on the 49 OGDP locations that, in calendar year 2025, had all of their post-drill and post-completion forms approved. Through time, more and more of those more recently approved OGDPs are having their wells drilled, completed, and forms approved by staff. The chart on the bottom shows the difference in the estimated versus actual total water use is decreasing through time in the Front Range. The conclusion we're starting to draw from this is that though there continues to be an underestimation of the total water use, that underestimation is shrinking through time. While we don't necessarily expect the estimated numbers to converge perfectly with the actuals, we do anticipate the estimations will continue to get more accurate with each successive year. Now to shift gears from projects at the start of their life to wells at their end, I'm going to turn things over to my colleague, Dita.
Thank you, Stephen. Like Stephen said, I'm going to switch gears now and talk about the beneficial impacts of plugging wells through ECMC's Orphan Well Program and Marginal Well Plugging Program in 2025. Next slide, please. Although it is not part of the CIET unit, we wanted to highlight the great work of ECMC's Orphan Well Program for the 2025 CI report. Over 100 wells were plugged across the Eastern Plains, Front Range, North Park, Southwest Slope, and West Slope operating areas. The title of this slide is a hyperlink that will take you to the Orphan Well Program website. There you can find more detail on how wells are prioritized, ongoing projects and grants, and more information about the program in general. In addition to the ECMC Orphan Well Program, we have a separate program for managing end-of-life marginal wells in Colorado. The Marginal Well Plugging Program was officially launched in 2025 as a result of Colorado receiving 2 new funding sources in 2024 to plug marginal wells. The federal funding source is the Methane Emissions Reduction Program, and the state funding source is the Enterprise Marginal Well Plugging. The program aims to plug wells in or near disproportionately impacted communities, mitigate methane emissions, and prevent wells from going into the Orphan Well Program. The first 2 wells were plugged in November of 2025, and the program is on track to plug 107 wells in its first round. Next slide, please. This is a screenshot of the Power BI data dashboard created for the program. It displays data metrics such as wells plugged, equipment decommissioned, and methane mitigated. I do want to note that what you're seeing is current data, and you will hear more about that in the 2026 Cumulative Impacts Report. This dashboard is interactive. You can use the right toolbar to look at MERP, MWIP, counties, basins, and wells, and you can also use the interactive map to look at specific wells and regions of the state. The title of this slide is also a hyperlink that will take you to the Marginal Well Plugging Program webpage where the dashboard is located. And next, I will pass it over to Pete to talk about solar, wind, and battery storage.
Okay, thank you very much, Dita. Just taking a quick step back here with the passage of Senate Bill 24212 in 2024, ECMC was charged with implementing several specific measures related to solar, wind, and battery storage projects. So in 2025, ECMC completed those initial objectives, which specifically included hiring a renewable energy program coordinator, coordinating with Colorado Parks and Wildlife and the Energy Office to complete a clean energy code repository and a siting assessment, both published in 2025, and in developing a solar, wind, and battery storage website and technical assistance intake form. It is important to remember that ECMC does not regulate or permit wind, solar, battery storage, but given ECMC's expertise in the thoughtful siting of energy projects in general and our collaborative relationships with local and tribal governments, we are able to provide technical support to those governments who wish to develop or expand their own renewable energy programs or expand their regulations or land use code. So, sorry, I just want to make sure my slides move. Specifically, ECMC responded to 17 unique technical assistance requests in 2025, ranging from solar and battery storage project siting issues to local code assistance and the development of regulations for renewable energy projects. With this work, some trends have emerged, and we have seen a shifting landscape in terms of federal oversight, including federal permitting issues and the technology and scale of newer projects being proposed. Demand for energy remains high overall, of course, and with Colorado's clean energy goals, there has been a push for more solar and battery storage projects in particular. Newer technologies like BESS, the battery energy storage systems, are being planned and proposed at a wide variety of different scales and uses. And many local governments really don't have the regulations or codes in place to adequately cover the range of potential project proposals and siting needs. And that's been a distinct area of focus. And we expect those trends to continue to be areas of focus in 2026 and beyond. With that, I will now turn things back over to Stephen to review our recommendations from this year's report. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. I'm going to try and wrap us up quickly so we can get to some Q&A. The annual report gives 7 recommendations this year, most of which are aimed at staff. First, we intend to continue making updates and improvements to the Form 2B, some of which we talked about earlier in this presentation. We look forward to any recommendations that come out of the Form 2B working group led by Commissioner Cross or the other working groups that are currently being led by other commissioners, and look forward to updating the Form 2B from those. Next, we intend to develop a guidance document clarifying how operators can repair or replace data approved in the Form 2Bs. Now that the Form 2B has this amending process to amend the previously approved data, we need a process and policy for how to meet the requirements of Rule 301C while reducing administrative burdens to operators and staff and improving data accuracy. Our third recommendation is for the Commission to consider providing clarity around how much impact is too much. Now, to be clear, we're not recommending an additional rulemaking. To the contrary, we think that some clarification of staff's role and guidance around the Commission's expectation of operators would likely come in the form of a guidance document or some sort of internal SOP to resolve and give clarity on this matter. Fourth, we are asking for general Commission support in improving, expanding, and formalizing ECMC's process to permit coal mine methane projects. Now, these are different than coal bed methane wells. Coal mine methane projects are unique projects where an operator seeks to contain and either combust at high efficiency or use methane that is seeping currently uncontrolled out of old mine vents and shafts. These projects are not meant to be money-making ventures, but rather a means of capturing methane emissions in order to fight climate change. With ECMC's recent agreement and signing of a Memorandum of Understanding with the Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety, or DRMS, and CDPHE, we are now poised to lead this effort to reduce methane emissions that have long gone unchecked. Recommendation number 5 is for staff to collaborate with CPW to design and implement a cooperative process that ensures compensatory mitigation fees are accurately recorded with the ECMC upon receipt of those funds by CPW. Additionally, we'd like to develop a program to track operator compliance, specifically with Rule 1203C, related to the timing of those fee payments with operations and other ECMC rule requirements. Next, staff would like to work with our Information and Applied Technology Unit, IAT unit, and the QA/QC unit to develop an automated process to track wells and locations that are now listed on the upgraded Form 2B as facilities slated for plugging and closure, when those facility closures are recognized as a beneficial impact in the approval of an OGDP application. It will be important to track those well pluggings and location closures to ensure operators are following through with their OGDP commitments. And finally, staff intends to undertake research on how to assess whether a Class 6 carbon capture sequestration project in a DI community will attain the requirement of no net negative impact. This may require some stakeholdering and interagency collaboration, as well as input from commissioners. To conclude, I want to reiterate that ECMC's cumulative impacts, as was discussed earlier, are arguably the most protective oil and gas rules in the nation. The annual cumulative impacts report gives us insight into the efficacy of those rules more so than any other tool, as it helps us determine, using real-world data, what is working to reduce adverse impacts and what should be improved. ECMC's Cumulative Impacts Program, including the annual report, doesn't deliver a single answer for all cases. We intend for the program and the report to evolve over time as we come to new understandings of data, as industry, technology, and operations change, and as each new OGDP has its own unique circumstances. With this in mind, we graciously request feedback from commissioners, industry, our stakeholders, and our partners on how the Cumulative Impacts team can improve the annual report. We want the report to be user-friendly, rich and meaningful data, and a springboard to generate policy and program improvements that get Colorado closer to our energy and climate goals. And finally, I want to give a heartfelt thank you to everyone who helped get this year's report across the finish line. Whether you are a primary or contributing author, a reviewer, a data provider, or something else, your contributions are meaningful and very appreciated. And I also want to give a special shout out to all the members of the team for their dedication, perseverance, organization, and especially their positivity and humor in face of such a daunting task of putting this report together. And now that Sabrina is no longer in the meeting, I can say unofficially that when we get together to celebrate, the first round is on Sabrina. Thank you all, and we are available for questions, commissioners.
All right, thank you very much. I think that we would all agree that is a tremendous amount of information, over 81 slides. And I think it does a good job of summarizing a lot of work over the course of the years in this arena. I started first last time, so I won't go first this time. Who has questions? Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It was very helpful. I think most of the questions that I have written down here are probably going to tie to Mr. Sharon's presentation points. And so I'll turn to you first, Daniel. The first question I wanted to ask about was slide 28. It was talking about the increase of formaldehyde emissions. And I wanted to ask, formaldehyde's kind of an interesting one to look at because it's used in a lot of materials. It comes from a lot of emissions from a lot of different products. And so I'm curious how, when it comes from so many things, if it is, how those emissions are confirmed to be from oil and gas operations versus other cars in the area, other things in the area.
Sure. Yeah, you're right. Formaldehyde comes from many different sources. It is naturally formed in the atmosphere from the oxidation of VOCs. It comes from other industrial processes. I will note, so this slide that's up right now, these formaldehyde emissions estimates come from operators from the Form 2B estimates that they provide, and those estimates are based on on-air emissions estimation methods for the equipment that they propose to use on site. Primary sources, again, of those are combustion sources, so things like drill rig and completions engines, combustion control devices, things like that. So I think, but maybe your question is getting more at how do we, in the real world, how do we determine, the source apportionment of those formaldehyde emissions we see. That might be more of an APCD question when it comes to how we monitor for these things. There are HAPS and VOC monitoring methods that are used along like facility fence lines and things like that to determine how much of these pollutants we're actually seeing on the ground. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I was wondering, just because of the kind of stark increase that we saw, if this was something that was tied more to how it's being calculated, if it because I don't really see any stark changes in types of equipment being used. So I wasn't sure if it was a change in on gear, a change in how it's calculated, how it's the methodologies used, anything like that.
Gotcha. I think it goes back to the lateral length. So the way these calculations work is it's based on the type of equipment you're going to use, which I agree, it doesn't seem like it's changing much. But then it's also runtime and fuel usage. And so the longer laterals that we're seeing in the front range are going to translate directly into running your engine longer and using more fuel if you're using hydrocarbon fuel to run those engines. So yeah, directly resulting in these kind of annual increases.
That's fantastic. Thank you. And I will get back to the longer laterals in a minute. One of the other things that I thought was, and I think you even said it was a really good indicator, but on slide 30, it's kind of showing the different, yeah, so certain rigs have been proposed and permitted, and then we often talk about during the OGDP hearings trying to do more, but it's kind of based on availability. In what you're seeing kind of to date, are you continuing to see this being a trend where people are using even better rigs than what was permitted or initially proposed? Or do you think this was perhaps an outlier just given less OGDPs and less permits overall?
So we will continue to do this comparison for this. I think this will be a trend that we continue to see. And this also goes back to like the produced water usage, proposed versus actual. I think, what we see in the application process is if an operator, can't at that time like make a firm commitment to say like electrify their drilling rig or use a certain percentage of produced water, then they're going to build those I guess not worst case scenarios, but like higher impact scenarios into their 2B estimates because that's all that they you know can commit to at that point. But then years down the road when they do get to the operation and implementation phase, if cleaner methods are available, um, we do see that operators are typically taking those opportunities when they can. And that helps them out with, their NOx intensity reporting and other requirements, things like that.
Commissioner, if I may add some additional color.
Yeah, absolutely.
Additionally, through the work of researching these different rig types, we did reach out to a few of the operators that had the specific cleaner rig types used compared to what was initially produced. And it was a mix of responses in terms of how and why they were able to use the cleaner option. Some of the responses were just luck. The utility had originally said, nope, we won't have it built out in time, don't commit to it. When it came time to actually drilling, the utility turned around and said, oh, yeah, no, actually, we're ahead of schedule. We're ready for you if you want to use it. And on another operator told us that even though they couldn't commit at the OGDP stage, they continued to work with the utility through the post-approval planning stages to get ready. And through all of that planning, we're able to make that adjustment come operations time in the field. So a little bit of luck, a little bit of extra planning was some of the answers we received on how they were able to make this shift.
That's helpful input as well, and kind of for all the operators out there listening, I urge you to continue to take that kind of effort to make sure you continue to work on and see if you can get some of the better rigs than what are initially proposed. So thank you for that. And Daniel, you mentioned the longer laterals, and I think I have slide 33 is what I have written down for that one. And there was a couple parts of it that stuck out to me. Number one was it was you talked about the increased water usage in large part due to the longer laterals. Um, I I wanted to try and ask, and this was something that we saw come up in other areas. You mentioned it with formaldehyde as well. Um, is this something we should continue to expect with longer laterals and trying to make sure we're moving farther away from RBUs and HOBUs, et cetera, to that there will be some offsets from potentially more powerful rigs, larger engines, um, more water needed to reach those lateral lengths. Um, is that something you expect to continue?
That's there was that other slide that showed kind of the year-to-year average lateral length, and based on that 5-year data set, it does seem like those laterals are increasing. I think I see in the news periodically like, oh, we've drilled the longest lateral ever as technology improves. Um, and yeah, the longer the lateral, the more water you're going to need to get to the end of that those reaches. Um, I don't know. We might reach a like a threshold at some point where it's no longer possible to go further, but I'm not an expert on those the operational side. Stephen, though.
I can add some additional color there, and that was slide 29 is the graph that Dan is referring to. When the completions are designed, they are properly primarily discuss volume of water and proppant per foot. So for each completion stage. So naturally, the longer the lateral, the more completion stages, the more water and proppant you're going to use. And as Dan also spoke to, there's in the pre-production emissions, there's two pieces. There's the drilling, and then there's the completions. And the drilling is being increasingly electrified, so we're tackling the emissions there. But the lateral length still needs to be completed, and that, again, Dan said, is primarily from Tier 4 diesel or some combination of natural gas engines as well. So that is just a natural, if you're going to have your completion design of X many barrels of water per foot, that's just going to be applied, whether it's a 2-mile lateral or 4-mile lateral, that just gets multiplied out. But also, as Dan spoke to on this slide, there are benefits to having those longer laterals further away from people, further away from sensitive habitats that, for example, can't move, like nests and lek sites. What you could do with 4-mile laterals in a single location nowadays used to be 2 locations and double the number of wells with 2-mile lateral length only. So positives and negatives, trade-offs as we continue to move forward with these.
Perfect. Thank you. And kind of continuing on the negatives there, specifically the water usage, the 12.6 and 300 million, 300 million barrels, 12.6 billion gallons. How does the oil and gas usage of water compared to other users of water throughout the state? Things like agriculture, which I know is a big user.
Yeah, absolutely. We tried to contextualize this a bit in the report. So compared to different sectors, water usages. So yeah, absolutely. Agriculture uses the majority of the water in Colorado. So 90% of the water usage is attributable to agriculture. The industrial sector, which includes oil and gas development, uses about 3%. So that's provide some context to those big numbers there. So for the 2025 water usage from OGDPs approved in 2025, we provided a kind of a rough equivalent comparison in the report to the water usage of about 3 to 4 hyperscale data centers, whether or not that's a useful comparison. Yeah.
That is helpful. And I think the last thing I have on here, slide 65, and I think that was one of the ones you spoke about as well. And it was, you were specifically talking about how some of the estimates are becoming more accurate. And I know that that's something that we've talked about in the 2B working group, something that I know has been something I've tried to talk to operators about as well, and something that we've tried to do work on. Um, have those improved estimates versus the actuals kind of come across the board? Are there certain basins that are doing better and improving estimates, or is it kind of all operators just as they're looking at it? Kind of curious if you noticed any differences with that.
So yeah, what I mentioned there was the within this data set of just the 23 locations that we analyzed, the later ones, so the ones that were, I guess, the 2Bs were submitted later in the I guess later years than the earlier ones. Of those, we saw that those estimates were better, but it was like, I don't know, it was a handful of the locations, so it's hard to draw any like firm conclusions from that, but based on that limited data set, we can say that the later ones were better. And we're just expecting things to improve as we better align our guidance with ONGAIR guidance. Making sure that we're requiring the same things be counted under the same source categories that ONGAIR submittals are required to do. But like I said, we will be doing this comparison again next year, and with a more recent data set, and we'll present on the findings of that next year.
If I may add some more color,
Absolutely.
I believe it was in 2023 that there was executive order issued by the governor encouraging more collaboration between ECMC and APCD. And there was a lot of initial guidance work done by APCD during that time to harmonize and bring industry up to speed to the expectations for the ONGAIR reporting, which we draw from that guidance for our 2B reporting. So we will expect through the additional work being done with our partners there and the newly released Form 2B checklist this year, we would anticipate to see better and better estimates going forward. Again, collaboration with our partners at APCD always yields fruitful input and guidance, and we, encourage and look forward to continued collaboration with them in the future.
Thank you. And part of the reason I wanted to raise this is, as I said, I know this has been something that I don't want to say has perplexed me, but has bothered me to a certain extent, that we sort of have this, well, we're under what we estimated, so that's great, but it makes it a lot harder to actually plan from a decision-making standpoint what we really should expect here. And so for all the stakeholders listening in, there has been a lot of work done by this team, the ECMC team, as well as APCD, to get this guidance ready, to working with operators to make sure that we're on the same page and really doing apples to apples, especially given the differences between ONGAIR and our ECMC estimates. So thank you for all the hard work done on that. And again, for operators, I encourage you to make sure you're doing best estimates as opposed to worst case scenarios as you're doing it, and really look to that new guidance, because I think it's going to be very helpful. I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions? Commissioner Oath?
Thank you, and just want to reiterate my appreciation to this team and everyone really who put in a lot of time into the development of this report. And your presentation today was a tremendous amount of information, providing an overview of that and giving a sense of trends and where things are already shifting. So thank you for all of this information. I just have two questions, I think. One is around thinking about cumulative impact and proximity to RBUs in particular, and appreciate that we are able to take a look at, how many, or what's the closest RBU to a well pad, or how many, well pad sites have an RBU within 2,000 feet or within X feet, et cetera. I do think that going forward, it would be really interesting for us to start gathering data, to think about density in a different way. And so maybe wells that are kind of beyond our 2,000-foot setback, but are in an area that has a larger density. So starting to get a snapshot of information about how many homes are, outside of 2,000 feet, but less than half a mile, for example, of two or more locations. And I think that's data that we don't currently collect in a way that we'd be able to run that type of a query. But I'm wondering what it would take in terms of changes maybe to the Form 2B or otherwise for us to start gathering data so that we would be able to pull queries like that in the future.
I can take a first stab at this. What you're describing is probably something we can look into with our GIS specialists here at ECMC. In terms of doing a geospatial comparison between the locations as reference points compared to the number of sort of address points within certain areas, and doing sort of a reverse comparison. The 2Bs do collect information on the number of homes within the area of evaluation from the location, as well as the number of existing locations within the area of evaluation of the location. While that data is numerically collected through the Form 2B, it is also narratively spoken to within the cumulative impact analysis as required as part of every Form 2A that comes in. This is something that we can look into with our GIS folks to see what we can do with the data and the capabilities of our new Esri system. And we can look into that for next year.
Great. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for that. And then the second is maybe a bit of a expansion on the conversation earlier about, and you don't have to pull up the slide, but it was the slide 30 about the type of drilling rig and sort of what was proposed by an operator and what actually occurred. And in the discussion, one thing that came to my mind, and I've thought about it previously, is that have been a number of occasions in an OGDP hearing where, an operator is not able to commit to a certain level of technology at the time of the OGDP application, but there's indication that the operator will continue to work and will exercise best efforts. And in a number of cases, there has been a COA added around, a commitment to an operator taking best efforts. So I don't know if it actually is this group, but I'm curious if there would be the ability to do an assessment of OGDPs where there has been a commitment to best efforts, and kind of an assessment of what occurred in those cases, again, to kind of get at an evaluation of, has that been an effective COA?
That is something that we can look into. On the Form 2A, COAs are a separate data field area than best management practices, so they can be researched individually, as well as Form 4 sundries have a option that applicants can check a box to indicate that they're submitting a Form 4 sundry in order to comply with a previous COA. So we can begin tracking, querying, any coordination on that end. Additionally, through, like Dan said, we will continue to look into which drilling rig types are used, and we can also look back at each of those locations, since that's on a location by location basis, which one of those had those COAs and what the outcomes were. Obviously, right now for this first time in the 2025 report, we looked into this data, and going forward, we can add that additional look back of was there a COA, and was it followed, et cetera.
Great, I appreciate that. Yeah, I do think it would be helpful in future reports to add that component if there's an ability to kind of do an assessment in the shorter term and kind of come back to us in some way that makes sense, so that we even have that, I guess, awareness of how it's playing out so far as we approach ODGPs in this coming year. I would find that also very helpful. Thank you.
Commissioner Messmer?
Thanks, and thanks for the team for putting this big project together. I know it's a super challenging compilation of information, and that comes to you in very disparate forms, and so understand the challenges that you face in trying to not only compile the information in some sort of digestible format, but then trying to tease out, some insight or recommendations from that, which I think is challenging. So appreciate the work. Certainly, I think I had some epiphanies in reading this year's cumulative impacts report. But I did have some questions before I kind of go through a little bit of that, and they're going to be a little bit all over the place. But I just wanted to confirm at least what I think you all found, and are highlighting here today. And I think first I'll start with on page 28 of your presentation, you talked about, I believe, and I think it was you, Dan, or Mr. Sharon, that kind of in your analysis here, either formaldehyde or other emissions, and kind of the trend of it going up, particularly on the Front Range, that non-road engines, I think you've determined, could be the primary source of that. And I just wanted to confirm that I understand that that was the conclusion that you were putting there. And non-road engines primarily being drilling engines and completions engines.
Yes, so on the Form 2B, operators have to, I guess, assign emissions values to specific source category, like buckets of emissions. And so we can query that information, and we do report on that in the report as well, like what are the primary sources of each of these pollutants. And yeah, so for all of these, so formaldehyde and for all of these criteria pollutants and greenhouse gases on the previous slide, the vast majority of those are coming from non-road internal combustion engines, they are primarily from drill rigs and completion engines, but there could be other other minor sources of those, like temporary generators or things like that, from sites.
In the past, there's been, some analysis that was done that, in the cumulative impacts reports, the tanks had a big effect as well. And while there has been a reduction in tanks, I think up until this year, now we're seeing an increase in tanks again. How did that play into the overall emissions increases?
I'd have to look back at the conclusions for that section since we didn't highlight it in this presentation, but I can look into that and get back to you.
If I may also jump in, Commissioner, in terms of tanks, it also depends on what stage of operations we're looking at here. So what Dan was speaking to with this slide is looking at the pre-production phase, while there's fewer or sometimes no tanks on location for the drilling and completion sections, versus the production phase, where you do have those permanent tanks stored on location. I believe it was my colleague Mike, during the discussion of the Eastern Plains and the increased number of tanks leading to additional production estimated emissions. So
Yeah.
it's what phase of operations depends on sort of where the majority of the emissions are coming from.
Yeah, I understand that and I appreciate that. I mean, really what I'm trying to come up with is tidbits that are going to help me in evaluating OGDPs and utilizing the cumulative impacts reports. And, certainly as I look at an OGDP and look at tanks that are associated with it, there's different operators that propose more tanks or less tanks. There's rationales behind it because of, the need for pressurization of pipelines or of temporary storage, or, I mean, there's a number of ways that gets approached. And so that information, and I know it was in the report, but I guess I was just looking at um, just to hear a little more about it. But that element around tanks has been kind of an area of emphasis in reviewing OGDPs, particularly uh, you know, previous to this year. And kind of curious to see because there was some indication on the cumulative impacts report that tanks were, a significant source of emissions. And I guess my question is that continuing to be a significant source of emissions, or has it leveled off? I'm kind of curious your thoughts on that.
So, yeah, thanks, Stephen, for the clarification on the phase there. So for the production phase, tanks are still a significant source of pollutants for the production phase. I'm just looking at the charts in the report here, and yeah, so for various pollutants and various operating areas, storage tanks range from about like 20% to over like 90% of the source of pollutants um, for the production phase. So it is still a significant source of pollution.
Thanks for that. That's helpful. Wanted to talk a little bit about water, so maybe we'll start on page 33 or page 34 of the presentation. And I did want to clarify one thing, and I think it was on page 34, and it was something that you said, Mr. Sharon, that, and maybe I misheard it, but I thought that you said, and this could be because, it's interesting, these graphs don't do the overall water volume justice, right? Because we know that the Front Range, utilizes way more fresh water overall, not per well, but overall than all the other basins combined. At the same time, an increase in recycling on the Front Range because of that bigger overall water use can really create significant benefits to reducing overall freshwater use in oil and gas operations statewide. So what I think I heard you say is that the data told you that this significant decline statewide in recycled water use is driven by the reduction in recycled water use on the Front Range. And I wanted to make sure I heard you right there versus, the reduction in use on the Western Slope.
I think it's both. But so, yeah, I mean, in this top bar graph, you can see that we also saw reductions in the percentage of recycled water use in both the Eastern Plains and West Slope, which do use much more recycled water on average for their operations on the Front Range. But yeah, when we look at the overall volumes, which are on the previous slide, you can see that the Front Range uses the vast majority of water for all operating areas. So yeah, even a slight change in the percentage of produced water used in that operating area is going to affect that statewide percentage that is in the bottom bar graph here.
Yeah.
But it's not just the Front Range. It is all the operating or all the major operating
I think it's
areas.
important. This is an important point, right? So a 1% increase in reuse and recycling in the Front Range in the DJ Basin, is a massive reduction in overall freshwater use, right? And so I think that gets lost a little bit in the charts because it does look so small, right? But I think in reality, that's a big deal. 1% reuse and recycling of produced water in the DJ Basin, is a significant freshwater benefit, a reduction in freshwater use. And so I think that's what you were highlighting, and I think I just wanted to emphasize that that's a big deal. That 1%, 2%, increases on the Front Range are sometimes, depending on what's happening on the Western Slope, is sometimes more impactful to an overall reduction in freshwater use in the state of Colorado than, a 30% or 50% increase on operations on the Eastern Plains or on the Western Slope even. And so I think that's important to kind of understand and highlight as you look cumulatively at overall water use in the state. So, one of the other things that really jumped out at me here, is kind of what's happening on the Western Slope right now. And I think you've done a good job of highlighting that. We've had these traditional areas that have been, dry gas directional drilling plays with, established infrastructure, both for gas takeaway as well as produced water takeaway, significant produced water storage and treatment and recycling, and really well built out, comprehensive, well thought out infrastructure that are still being utilized today. But now we're seeing these new OGDPs that are happening, a little further northwest in this state where they are targeting oil-bearing formations with horizontal drilling, with very little infrastructure being developed, and no, and it's technically, as we hear it in the OGDPs, exploratory, but this highlights the impact of the exploratory element without having the necessary infrastructure being contemplated or put in place for oil takeaway, produced water takeaway, gas takeaway, which they had gas takeaway, and the infrastructure necessary for that reuse and recycling of produced water. And so, appreciate you highlighting that in the report because that area, I think, will continue to get, more and more attention and more activity in it. And so I think for me, the need to continue to look at that comprehensively and cumulatively as far as how that infrastructure gets built out, how we minimize truck traffic, how we develop the necessary infrastructure for reuse and recycling of produced water, and oil takeaway. That all becomes critically important in that area, as I look forward, at OGDPs down the road. And so wanted to, express my appreciation. I mean, this is just what the data is saying, right? But I mean, I think what I was feeling in reviewing these OGDPs and what the data is showing, ends up being one and the same.
Thank you, Commissioner. And that is certainly something that is important when we look at 2024 to 2025. In the 2024 report, we had initially speculated that some of those impact imprints might be anomalies, might be single one-off instances. And it was the addition of the 2025 data that allowed us to draw that firmer conclusion that no, this is not a one-off event that we've seen. It is in fact a multi-year trend.
Right. Agreed. So the other question I had, because I guess I'm trying to understand it a little bit on the Eastern Plains, because and I just can't remember how many of those Eastern Plain OGDPs that are part of this were helium versus, any type of oil or gas. I mean, is there data on that? I thought they were mostly helium, but now I can't remember exactly what encompassed the areas of the Eastern Plains.
So of the 5 OGDPs, it was a mix of both the traditional wildcat single vertical wells targeting oil and the deeper helium ones. And I am just looking back. I don't have that breakdown between the two. I want to say off the top of my head that it was a similar to what we saw in the West Slope, where in 2025 it was the majority. But let me very
The majority were helium, or were
yes.
yeah.
I've found my spreadsheet. Yes, the majority were the deep helium.
Okay. And then even the horizontal or the vertical wells that were drilled there, were not fracked, right? I mean, the vertical oil or gas, well, natural gas wells were fracked, right? So we're talking about zero fracking in this area.
That is correct.
Okay. So I was struggling a little bit with the analysis around the reuse and recycling of produced water in vertical drilling operations with no completions, no fracking. Because typically, at least my understanding, and please tell me if I'm confused, that there wouldn't be the utilization of produced water for reuse and recycling in those types of operations. Because at least for the first 2,500 feet, it would have to be fresh water that was used anyway, per our rules.
Right. And as you had alluded to and Dan spoke to, on the Eastern Plains, the volume of water used in their drilling operations is far, far less than is used in the Western Slope or the Front Range. However, based on the Form 2B data, there is no recycled produced water planning to be used to augment that freshwater use in their drilling operations, except for that is for the deep helium projects. And then you look at the other more traditional oil wildcat OGDPs, they do propose to use some recycled water.
They do.
Yes.
Okay.
To augment their freshwater use for their drilling operations. Obviously, these are the volumes we're talking here are very limited, but it is just looking at the percentages, I think it's on slide 52, where my teammate Mike went into it. While the volumes are low, the percentage change over the last few years is noticeable.
Okay. Two other things. So one, and I think maybe I missed it, but I thought in previous cumulative impacts reports there was some discussion of truck trips or vehicle miles traveled or something like that. And maybe I missed it in this year's report, but if I did, if you could just let me know what pages it's on. I went through the whole report, I read it, but I'm sure I missed stuff.
Absolutely. And I'll let my
Sure.
colleague Dan speak to what pages those were, specifically in our Chapter 5, speaking on emissions and air quality. I will say that obviously we presented a tremendous amount of information today, and due to just for length, we did have to cut the discussion of truck trips for this presentation. But it is in the report within Chapter 5. And my colleague Dan did an excellent analysis of converting some of those diesel truck miles into what is that the equivalent emissions, and also he was able to attend a recent emissions conference and received feedback that this is a widely used methodology that he used to come to those volumes and do that calculation. So Dan, do you know where in Chapter 5 that main discussion is held?
Yes, so we do discuss this. So on page 47, table 5.3 provides the diesel vehicle road miles as reported on the Form 2B. Our rules do require that us to collect data on the emissions from diesel vehicles. We don't do that currently on the Form 2B. This is something we discussed in the Form 2B working group yesterday at length. But for the purpose of trying to get the data out there, I did do for the first time this year a kind of extrapolating those diesel vehicle road miles to emissions, and those are provided in table 5.4 for pre-production. And let me try to find the production table. Yeah, so those are table 5.8 and 5.9 on page 55 of the report. We didn't do much analysis on those, like trends this year or, comparing different operating areas. But yeah, now that we have kind of the bulk total numbers, we're hoping to do a little more analysis on that next year.
Great. No, I really appreciate that. And I'll certainly take a look at it. I'm not sure how I missed it when I went through it, but I did. So thanks for that. And I guess finally, on your recommendations, one of your recommendations for staff was, additional work on the permitting process for coal mine methane projects, and happy to share, any information I have on that. I've worked for 4 years, convening a North Fork coal mine methane working group, and have dove deep into the topic over the years. And so happy to offer, any information that I have to your efforts in that space. So
Absolutely. Our manager, Sabrina Trask, has really been leading that project, getting that MOU with our sister agencies signed and put together. So we will definitely pass along for her to reach out as we continue that process going forward. Thank you.
That's all. Thanks.
Thanks. Others with questions? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you all, and I'll be very brief here. I also appreciate the work. Again, recognize the level of effort that goes into this, but I think it is warranted. We are very grateful, and I especially appreciate staff gleaning and proposing various avenues and opportunities for improvement. I think that's a very important part of why we're doing the cumulative impact analysis. I did have just one question for Mr. Schwartz from slide 46. I don't know that we need to pull it up, but I just wanted to say I appreciate the work done on HPH analysis, and especially regarding the 1202D habitat timing restriction work, and the compliance versus work done in HPH outside of timing restriction periods. And I mentioned a number of times in other hearings that there is a consensus that certain types of development can occur in those habitats and 1202D habitats with careful BMPs. Operations during the timing limitations really are probably the most important BMP associated with that. So I think this is a salient point. So I just wanted to ask if that's a metric you intend to continue to report on, and if not, I would request that it become a standard inclusion. And together with that, you noted that there were two kind of incursions into timing limitations periods. And I think it might be of some value to, number one is the question is, were those two reported instances just based on any incursion? Were they significant incursion? Were there some that spilled over the edges that weren't included, or were those two the two that had any incursion into timing limitations? I don't know if you know that off the top of your head.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. Off the top of my head, I do recall one of them was this was based on, for this analysis, we use the full power of our coaches database. So looking not just on approved forms, but things such as the Form 42 for move-in rig-up notice, comparing that to reported Form 5 rig-off times for the cessation of drilling or completions operations between the Form 5 and Form 5A. And this was a slight incursion of operations that had been ongoing and just continued a little bit into that particular timing stipulation. With that one example that I'm speaking to, it was part of a greater wildlife mitigation project where, in coordination with CPW and the Federal Fish and Wildlife, the project had, I'm oversimplifying this, so forgive me, but banked on a number of credits in order to draw from when their operations might extend beyond the timing stipulation. Additionally, they had been given direction from the federal wildlife managers in that specific situation that the desired outcome was to extend a little bit longer to have a single occupation rather than to end within the timing stipulation and have two separate occupations. Obviously, that is a one-off case, trying to do from memory, but that is one I can speak to off the top of my head. And the other one escapes me right now. I apologize. But this is certainly something, thank you for that direction, Commissioner, that we can continue to investigate and look into going further.
Thank you so much, Mr. Schwartz, and appreciate you having that much information off the top of your head. It's great work. And I do think, for me, this is an important point, and I do think it would be a good metric going forward. And if possible, it sounds like maybe our database would allow this, but if possible, it would be nice to be able to annotate the level of incursion associated with each instance, whether it be in days or weeks or months, and then have an opportunity for any additional detail, like you just added, that the reasons that the exception was granted. I know that if we get too detailed, then there's no point in cumulative impacts analysis because it's a point by point analysis. But I think those are some thoughts that I would have that would be helpful data if possible to include. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Great. Great questions. A lot. Appreciate the interaction and the questions and back and forth. Appreciate the presentation. This will be on our website for the 116 people that are listening in, so you can get into it and dig around and see more. The actual report itself is also on the website. So thanks to the entire team for the presentation and work here. And with that, we will move to our next matter. All right. Hearings Manager Thomas, can you elevate Mr. Kreiser if he's still with us and desires to do public comment? And Commissioners, as we're working on that, we also have a consent agenda that I skipped by accident. Does anyone have questions on consent? Seeing none, does anyone desire to approve consent?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there further discussion on consent? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We're going backwards, but we're getting stuff done. So consent is done, comments are done, roll call is done, CI is done.
Mr. Chair, we were able to elevate Bill Kresser for his public comment. He's on the panel.
Good morning, Mr. Kresser. Can you hear me? You appear to be muted, just FYI. All right, Mr. Cresser, hi, we can see you. If you want to unmute, we'll hear from you.
Thank you. I spent my career in the East looking at solid, liquid, and gaseous emissions from industrial operations, using technology to determine the health impacts on a local neighborhood and helping companies to develop and implement technology to, to prevent harm in the communities. This sometimes meant researching, developing, and implementing brand new technologies never used before. In some cases, I was employed by the company to get this done with the least cost and the most profit, using my engineering experience to balance costs and benefits. At other times, I represented individual citizens who felt threatened and helped them understand which of their fears were serious and which were unfounded. So I feel quite comfortable and confident in applying these skills here. We used computer models which take plant operating details and forecast exposure to the residents. We could take any time in the past, enter the operating conditions of the plant, forecast the resulting pollutant exposure to the neighborhood, and find that this was remarkably close to what we actually measured at that time in that neighborhood. We then predict the health impacts on the neighborhood based both long-term and short-term, and decide whether or not to approve a new industrial operation in that location. Now I come out west and find that most people here seem to have never heard of such models. By not using them, I think both sides suffer. The model generally predicts that doubling the rate of emissions doubles the impact on the neighborhood. If an industrial site is operating and seems to be doing so without harm, then adding a new industrial site nearby could be a problem. Even though the first site operates without harm and the second site could operate without harm, operating both at the same time produces twice the impact on the health nearby. So I find that approving an application for one pad without considering the emissions from other nearby pads to be incredulous. Once we have a model predicting quite accurately, we fine-tune the calculations of how much emission comes from the plant. In our case, you go to an operating well, see what emissions occur there, and apply that to a proposed well from the same company. The new well likely has emissions similar to that of the existing well, but from the point of view of impact on neighbors, we have to include leaks and spills that happened on the job. Applications for permits seem to assume that the well will be operating properly all the time. Unexpected leaks and spills are apparently not included. Doing so takes a perfectly good model and makes it useless. The solution is to consider a permit request only if the company has included the average leaks and spills of oil from their previous operations. Or we could assume that the well operates exactly correctly on time, all of the time. Then for a leak, there would be fines in proportion to the actual damage to the neighborhood. Logic and common sense implies that we have to do one or the other. Either evaluate the permit application, including the expected leaks and spills, as part of the normal operations, or count leaks as they occur and impose fines based on the cost to rectify each one and make us whole again. Thank you. I hope this is helpful.
Thank you. It is helpful. I think it ties into the presentation that we just received. So thank you very much, Mr. Cresser, for being with us and taking time to provide your input from your engineering and other expert. Thank you. All right, commissioners, I think I'm going to call an audible if we're okay with it. We've got 3 more items, which means we're going to need to do some work this afternoon. I'd like to go ahead and take a late morning, early afternoon lunch break and maybe come back at about 12:15, and then we'll hear the remaining 3 items. Does anybody have problems with that, or are we okay? All right, let's take 45 and return at 12:15. All right, welcome back. It is June 10th, and this is the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It's 12:15. We will start back up as we're waiting on Commissioner Cross to be here. Hearings Manager Thomas, do you mind sharing your screen? Okay, great. Thanks. Commissioners, this is a discussion meant for the five of us. Um, I, at least as one commissioner, have struggled or had some concerns about the practicability assessments that operators have been turning in when they are or are not complying with all the enhanced systems and practices. And I had made that comment, I think once or twice, at least at a hearing. Uh, I think we're starting to see the ESPs being more applicable. They're more applicable to more applications. Um, and so, sensing that, I went and chatted with staff, and the way this is developed, we were told to create the ESPs, and then we were told, we created the off-ramp of practicability assessments, and staff created a guidance document that was staff's document on how the operator should go about doing the 316C4D1 practicability assessment. That document was created in 2025 in late winter of that year. So I took that document and I had discussions with staff. They were wonderful to work with. I had discussions with Mr. Boudreau, one of our attorney generals, and we worked through what I'd like to throw out as a supposal. Suppose we think about doing it this way. And I wanted to walk through it with you today. I wanted to allow our stakeholders to be able to see it. I would note that the document is not redlined from staff's original one. It just got too clunky. So we're kind of just looking at this at afresh. And I wanted to spend, just a few minutes this morning at a very high level walking through the thoughts that I and staff came up with to better inform and better refine the approaches we're looking for operators who are trying to undertake a practicability assessment. This is not meant as one commissioner dictating one way or another way. It's just to get us started, to have a discussion. And the way that I had set this up with staff and AAG Boudreau is I would provide this perspective today, and then in a week or two, we could gather again. I forgot what date we suggested. Mr. Thomas, maybe you'll help me out with that. And commissioners, you would have that time to really sort of dig into the document and see how close to the mark or how far from the mark we've gotten with regard to an updated and a more informed practicability assessment guidance document. It is a guidance document. It is not a rulemaking. It is just providing guidance on how an operator can comply or not with Rules 316. Again, it is based on the guidance document that staff put together. In my world, this would be a document that if we can reach consensus on it, it would be a guidance document that the commissioners endorse. I think that would be helpful to all involved with the Rule 316. I think it would help staff understand and have a better understanding of what commissioners are looking for. I think it would help operators understand what we're looking for as well as other stakeholders when the 316 rules are being applied. So with that, the first 2 or 3 pages, and you can just sort of scroll through with me, Hearings Manager, is basically just outlining the process and outlining the actual rules. The meat of this gets into starting at page 4 and we're getting there. There we go. This additional information piece. And what we were attempting to do here is provide real world issues as to compliance with the 5 criteria for practicability assessment. That's AA through EE. And I went through with staff and we came up with things that we've seen in the real world that have happened in recent practicability assessments. So that's issue number 1. if you can scroll down just a little bit, Elias, right there. I also put in this concept here that in my mind, the criteria, if you're applying the criteria and one criteria comes into potential creation concerns with another criteria, it might be helpful for us to inform that they are somewhat ranked in order of importance. Um, all remain completely important and need to be complied with. However, that last sentence there, the concept of ranking in order of importance should only come into play when compliance with one criteria potentially creates concerns with the compliance with another. That's just an idea to throw out there. I'd love you to noodle over it, and when we get back together, we can think about whether there's a value add there. So, real world issue number 2, operators treat the practicability assessments as an off-ramp of first resort. Um, that's not true. They're all required. Inconvenience or higher costs are not sufficient standalone justifications. I then inserted a definition of practicability to help inform everyone what does that mean. The quality of being able to be done, achieved, or used successfully. It denotes feasibility, workability, and utility. It focuses on whether a plan can be implemented using available means, not just theoretically possible. And then there's more information here. I'm just going to skim it. The burden and the yellow stuff is just to help me inform you at a high level. The yellow will go away. It's just was literally to help with the presentation, but the operator carries the burden. So I then do real world issues for each of the criteria. And so BB, an explanation of how the ESPs could present adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare. And one of the things that we noted is that operators do not provide an analysis of what benefits are being lost by not committing to ESPs. We expect operators to be objective and, where possible, quantitative analysis of the impacts not committing to the BMPs. Keep scrolling, Elias. Thanks so much for helping me. Criteria CC, and again, I'm just sort of summarizing this. You can dig into it on your own. The potential reduction of emissions of ozone precursors attributable to the ESPs compared to the operational difficulties of implementing the BMPs. At times, I'm not sure I've seen a quantitative analysis of the reduction of emissions, and we expect that analysis. Another thing we've seen is operators assert that complying with ESPs associated with grid power, own solar site power, and non-fossil fuel generated power is impracticable because the operator is already compliant with its NOx and greenhouse gas intensity targets. My thought on that is that operators are required to comply with greenhouse gas intensity targets irrespective of compliance with ESPs. And so I say that in this document. And the fact that an operator complies with EMC rules and CDP regulations does not make committing to the required ESP impracticable. As to criterion EE, other methods the operator intends to employ to avoid, minimize, and mitigate adverse impacts to air quality in the ozone non-attainment area during ozone season. They should list those. To support EE, operators, again, this is similar to the theme, should not list the BMPs the operator committed to as part of CPW or CDPHE. Those are commitments that are based upon different rules. So you need to go above and beyond in your practicability assessment, in my mind. And again, this is just my thinking. I'm very, very excited to get this out and get others to think through it and provide their thoughts about it as well. None of these are hard and fast. These are just illustrative examples to help all of us understand how a successful practicability assessment can be informed and can be developed. Issue 6, operators do not provide documentation demonstrating attempts to commit to the ESP. Okay, this gets into the next big set of thing and sort of the second meat of this document that we've put together is expectations for documentation. I think one of the things that I've heard from commissioners and I've thought about myself as I'm looking at practicability assessments is it good enough for the operator just to say such? Or should there be additional documentation to influence, justify, support the impracticability of trying to do something? So and then I do the same thing here. I just have some illustrative examples of areas in which, and I've listed out a number of different things that can be done for documentation. So not storing on hydrocarbon liquids, practicability to not store hydrocarbon liquids or produce water in permanent storage tanks on site. So if we go down a little bit further there, examples. Communications with the owner of the nearest, and this is a pipeline issue. They're, impractical to use pipelines. Well, here's 5 or 6 different things. Communications with the owner of the nearest available gathering lines. An explanation of why the nearest gathering lines are not available. Calculation of how much pipeline infrastructure the operator would need to build. Plats, drawings, and maps demonstrating the distance to the nearest gathering lines. Drawings indicating possible alternative pipeline pathways from the proposed location of the nearest gathering lines. Keep scrolling. Hydrology and other so disturbance to wetlands or hydrology. Any other documentation demonstrating why constructing the necessary pipeline infrastructure is impractical. Again, each of these is a example, including but not limited to. So you can do these 7, you can do others. One of these 7 may not apply in a certain instance. It's all going to be on a case-by-case basis. Here's an example, pipelines for water use for hydrofracking. An operator asserts it's impractical to use pipelines or lay flat hose to transport water. And again, and I don't need to roll through these, but examples 1 through 5 here are illustrative examples, including but not limited to, of information to justify that impracticability assertion. The next one's grid power. And so it's similar. If you're saying that you can't use grid power, here's at least 7 different methods to document and or provide substance behind that impracticability assertion. And we can just keep rolling because this is the same theme, but here's those. And then it ends with just kind of general notes. These are, I think, from the original guidance that staff put together. What we tried to do was put in the new stuff, but do it in a manner that it worked with the old stuff. So, and we can drop the screen share now, Elias. Thank you so much. That is a 10-minute overview of some of the work that we put together to help inform us, stakeholders, operators, staff. I would really relish the commissioners spending some time between now and the hearing date. We set aside time on this. Hearings Manager Thomas, when are we going to take this up, on the 24th or on the 8th?
On the 24th.
Okay, so on the 24th, we were planning on taking this up. I'm happy to answer any questions now. And I hope that my fellow commissioners are not concerned that I kind of unilaterally went out and tried to do this work. I had some time, and it's been something that I've been complaining about. So rather than complain without answers, I was trying to create some answers. So the panel is open for questions. Commissioner Ackerman and then Messner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And I don't have any questions and have had a chance to look over the document a little bit as well. And I actually really, really appreciate this effort. It encapsulates a lot of the thoughts that I've had as well. I think it's a great, more than starting point for moving forward on this issue. And I look forward to continue to have the discussion. I appreciate your work.
Commissioner Messner.
Yeah, I appreciate the first crack at this, and I think it's my opinion that anytime we have new rules that are being implemented and guidance documents are getting developed, that it makes sense to have those guidance documents come before the commission for review and input before they go out to operators. I think we've seen a number of instances where we're having to interpret the rules while we're reviewing applications, and operators are either indicating that they're trying to comply with the guidance documents that have been brought out, or there's some conflict between how staff is interpreting the rule and how the commissioners ultimately are going to interpret the rule. And so I think it makes sense to see these guidance documents come before the commission, particularly the more complicated ones like this, prior to them getting submitted to operators, before us having to apply them in applications. And so I appreciate this process.
Awesome. Yeah. And I think that we defaulted to guidance being, accommodated, drafted by staff because they're kind of close to all this. But as we start to see these applications percolate up to commission, and as we see commission struggling, or commission staff, operators, stakeholders, all sort of struggling about where this should have gone before it came to commission, I agree with you. I think that more guidance ought to come from commission. I want to make sure that everybody understands it's guidance, it's not rules, it's not changes to rules, it's just how to comply with rules, standard operating procedures, something such as that. So, yeah, appreciate those comments. Take the document and highlight it, redline it. I think AAG Pedro, are you still with us? Um, are you available as a resource if commissioners wanted to individually speak with you about the document? I'm just trying to figure out a process. We can't meet together outside of a meeting. We can meet together on the 24th, but commissioners may have questions about the direction of one or more of these guidelines. And if you're okay, I'll volunteer you to be kind of the conduit for that information.
Yes, that works for me, Mr. Chair.
All right. Well, let's go forth with that, and we will see where folks end up in 2 weeks. So thank you. With that, we turn to docket 2506-00117, an oil and gas development plan proposed by Keir McGee. It's called the Carnation OGDP. And we're looking for the relevant attorney. It looks like it's Ms. Jost. Good morning. And your witnesses, are they coming on board so we can get them sworn in?
They are, Chair. Yes, we have a few, so it might take just a couple minutes.
Yep. And I guess as we're doing that, this guidance document that I just spoke about is out to the world. And so if folks in your vein, Ms. Jost, have thoughts, concerns, etc., that's entirely appropriate as well. So just feel free. So as your witness showing up and filling in dead time.
Great. Chair, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right. Are we ready to swear in, Ms. Jost?
Yes, I am just checking to make sure we have everyone. It looks to be, do we have Chad Slichtenmeyer and Chad Brebus?
I don't see them on my list.
Okay. And then, oh, there's Chad Slichtenmeyer. Okay. And then William Hess. And then Corey. Justin Nelson, can you please come on camera to be sworn in? All right. And then Mr. Boudreau, Jason Lubininski, sorry, Jason. He's just going to share a PowerPoint, so he does not need to be sworn in. And I think we have everyone else.
Sounds good. And I added the two Chads to the list, Schlichtenmeyer and Brebus, correct?
Yes, and I see Chad Slichtenmeyer, and I'm just need to see Chad Brebus.
Well, I've got him last on my list, so if you want, we can go ahead and get started while Mr. Brebus joins us.
That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll ask each of the witnesses to be visualized. When I call your name, please raise your hand, state your first and last name, and swear to tell the truth. Sarah Clark.
Sarah Clark, and I swear to tell the truth.
Macy's Scene-Tech.
Macy Zintek, I swear to tell the truth.
Justin Nelson.
Justin Nelson, I swear to tell the truth.
Corey Altenberg.
Corey Altenberg, swear to tell the truth.
David Crowder.
David Crowder, I swear to tell the truth.
William Hess.
William Hess, I swear to tell the truth.
Don Job.
Don Job, I swear to tell the truth.
Byron Griffin.
Byron Griffin, I swear to tell the truth.
Rachel Friedman.
Rachel Friedman, I swear to tell the truth.
Chad Schlichtenmeyer.
Chad Slichtenmeyer, I swear to tell the truth.
And Chad Brebus.
Yeah, and Mr. Boudreau, Chad will not be joining us, and Justin Nelson will cover any questions he may have.
That being the case, did I get everyone?
You did. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
All right. Chair, if I can get this share screen up, we're ready to go whenever you are.
We're ready. Screen is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you. Jason, thank you so much. All right. Well, good afternoon, commissioners, staff, council, and members of the public. My name is Jamie Jost of Jost Energy Law, and along with my partner, Kelsey Wazelinski, we represent Kerr-McGee Oil and Gas Onshore LP in the Carnation OGDP application before you today in docket number 2506-00117. Kerr-McGee would like to thank ECMC staff and the director for their efforts on this OGDP, CDPHE and CPW for their consultations and open dialogue, and the town of Johnstown for its progression and approval of the local permit. Kerr-McGee respectfully requests that the commission approve the approximate 1,293.16 acres Carnation OGDP for up to 10 new horizontal wells developed from one new oil and gas location, and to also approve the corresponding Form 2A and joint and spacing unit application. The Carnation oil and gas location is within 2,000 feet of a residential building unit, and Kerr-McGee has obtained informed consent from the surface owner of that unit. The location is also over half a mile from any high occupancy building unit, school, childcare center, and is not in a DIC, and is over 1 mile from any residential building unit in a disproportionately impacted community. Only one Rule 304B alternative location analysis criteria applied, and a detailed alternative location analysis was conducted for this OGDP, as you'll hear today. Kerr-McGee has applied numerous best management practices and enhanced systems and practices to the Carnation location and has consulted with CDPHE and CPW. For the enhanced systems and practice that is not practicable to this location, Kerr-McGee submitted a Rule 316 practicability assessment that will be discussed today, and that assessment was reviewed and evaluated by ECMC staff as part of the director's recommendation for approval of the Carnation OGDP. The Carnation OGDP application was filed on March 21st, 2025, and was noticed on March 24th, 2026. Kerr-McGee complied with all notice and publication requirements for the OGDP, no petitions were filed, and one public comment in support was received. The Carnation OGDP is a compliant and approvable application and will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, and will protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource in compliance with Colorado Revised Statute 3460-106 2.5a. At the conclusion of the presentation, Kerr-McGee respectfully requests that this commission approve the approximate 1,293.16 acre OGDP for the development of 10 new horizontal wells within the proposed drilling and spacing unit for the application lands. Provide that the 10 new horizontal wells will be located on the one location within the application lands, and approve the associated Form 2A for the Carnation pad. Approve the requested relief in Exhibit C, Kerr-McGee's associated drilling and spacing unit application, and also find that the Carnation OGDP will protect and minimize adverse impacts to the public health, safety, welfare, environment, and wildlife resources, and is also in compliance with CRS 3460-106 2.5a. Ms. Sarah Clark will now present Kerr-McGee's Carnation OGDP application today, and we'll have a panel of subject matter experts join us at the end for commissioner questions. Thank you so much, and we look forward to presenting to you.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. Good afternoon, Chair Robbins and commissioners. My name is Sarah Clark, and I'm a senior geologist with Kerr-McGee. It is my pleasure to review our proposed Carnation OGDP with you today. The Carnation OGDP consists of one location proposed in the northwest quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 25, Township 5 North, Range 68 West. The Carnation pad will be a well pad only, consisting of 10 wells. The Carnation wells will utilize the existing Jodster South 24-25 HC facility for production. The land is owned by DWD Investment Group, LLC, and Kerr-McGee has an executed surface use agreement. The location is within the town of Johnstown, and Larimer County is approximate local government. A use by special review permit was unanimously approved by Johnstown on May 4th, 2026. The Carnation location triggers Rule 304B2B1 There are 10 RBUs within half a mile of the location. Of those 10, 1 RBU is within 2,000 feet of the working path surface, and informed consent was received. Therefore, this location is being presented under the 604B1 legal standard, and we will show that the location is protective of public health, safety, welfare, and the environment. Next slide, please. There is 1 RBU, 1,697 feet to the north of the location, and 9 RBUs between 2,000 feet and 1/2 mile. The location is not within 1/2 mile of HOBUs, school facilities, or child care centers, and it is not within a DIC or within 1 mile of an RBU, HOBU, school facility, or child care center located within a DIC. Next slide, please. KMOG began the permitting process for this location in May of 2025. The director's pre-application meeting, which the town of Johnstown, Larimer County, and Weld County participated in, was held in May 2025. We also held a pre-application community meeting the same month. We submitted our OGDP in June 2025, and the Johnstown USR was submitted in July. The OGDP application was deemed complete in January of 2026, after which we held a post-completeness community meeting in February. We participated in a CDPHE consultation in February, and they requested an extension of the 45-day public comment period shortly after. The extended public comment period concluded in April, and the Johnstown Planning Commission and Board of Trustees approved the project at public hearings in April and May. The stakeholder within 2,000 feet of the working path surface withdrew the petition that was submitted in March, and informed consent was executed. The director's recommendation for conditional approval was received in May. Next slide. Our proposed schedule is outlined here. We intend to begin construction in July of this year and drill the wells in the fall. The wells will then be completed and turned over to production in the fall of 2027. Interim reclamation will begin in May of 2028, when the location will be reduced to 3.29 acres of disturbance. Next slide, please. As a result of the RBUs within 1/2 mile of the Carnation location, KMOG submitted an alternative location analysis. 5 locations, including the Carnation, were considered to develop this DSU. Each of the 4 alternate locations would increase the number of RBUs impacted within 2,000 feet and within 1/2 mile compared to the preferred Carnation location. Additionally, 3 out of the 4 locations would require an additional surface location to develop the entire DSU. AL24 in the center of the DSU is within 2,000 feet of 119 RBUs, in addition to 86 RBUs and 1 school facility within 2,000 feet and 1/2 mile. The school facility is 2,005 feet to the northwest of the location. And the location is upgradient of an NWI mapped freshwater emergent wetland. AL20 on the east side of the DSU is within 2,000 feet of 18 RBUs, and an additional 13 RBUs are within 2,000 feet and 1/2 mile. AL27 is on the west side of the DSU and within 2,000 feet of 2 RBUs, with an additional 10 RBUs between 2,000 feet and 1/2 mile. It is upgradient of an NWI mapped freshwater emergent wetland and is adjacent to an I-25 improvement project, including a park and ride. AL22 is also on the west side of the DSU and is within 2,000 feet of 50 RBUs, with an additional 141 RBUs between 2,000 feet and 1/2 mile. KMOG believes the preferred location is the most protective that will allow us to develop the full DSU. Next slide, please. The Carnation location is not within high priority habitat, wetlands, floodplains, or bald eagle nest or roost buffers. The closest high priority habitat is native aquatic species conservation waters to the northeast of the location. Next slide. Kerr-McGee has evaluated the existing wellbores up to 3,000 feet away from the planned Carnation wells for zonal isolation. Kerr-McGee will plug and abandon 1 well and remove 1 facility, reclaiming 0.2 acres. The well that will be P&A'd is within 2,000 feet of 6 RBUs. This removal will reduce pollutants, including 0.23 tons per year of NOx, 1.25 tons per year of VOC, and 0.28 tons per year carbon monoxide, and 0.02 tons per year of benzene. Next slide. Traffic will be temporarily routed to the south from the location due to Weld County construction at the intersection of County Roads 54 and 13, where they're installing a roundabout. Trucks will utilize the southern route out to I-70 until construction is completed, which is estimated to be around December of 2026. After this, trucks will utilize the original haul route planned to the north, which remains consistent with the existing Jodster facility haul route. To reduce truck trips during oil production, oil will be piped from the Carnation pad to the Jodster facility and then transported via pipeline from there. The use of pipelines eliminates the need for permanent or temporary oil storage tanks and removes an estimated 27,623 truck trips. The use of Kerr-McGee's water-on-demand pipeline system during completions operations will eliminate 65,786 truck trips. The Integrated Operations Center also reduces truck traffic by allowing personnel to monitor the location remotely. Next slide, please. KMOG has the lowest CO2 equivalent intensity of all majority oil and gas operators in the DJ Basin. The orange, green, and blue lines on the graph to the right show the AQCC Reg 7 facility intensity requirements for the years 2023 to 2028. On the x-axis, the blue bars represent KMOG facilities commissioned after December 31st, 2022, and the respective levels of CO2e intensities, which are all significantly below the thresholds that have been set by the CDPHE. KMOG will adhere to CDPHE AQCC rules to power our drilling and completions operations outlined in Regulation 7, Part B, 6E. These ozone season practices will be applied to year-round operations and not just during the May to September ozone period. The production drilling rig will be powered by natural gas generators with a battery and engine management system. Hydraulic fracturing operations will utilize a Tier 4 equivalent or better frac fleet. Next slide, please. The air monitoring plan for this OGDP will be submitted to CDPHE prior to pad construction. We will have air monitoring in place during drilling, completions, and the first 6 months of production. Air monitoring reports will be submitted at the end of each month to CDPHE. More than 14,000 benzene samples were collected between 2020 and 2025, with all results significantly below health guidance values, as shown on the charts to the right. Next slide, please. Kerr-McGee consulted with the CDPHE regarding the Carnation OGDP in February of this year, where we discussed our operational plans and feedback from the stakeholder within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface, after CDPHE heard from them prior to our meeting about concerns regarding their dairy cows. At this meeting, we committed to 12 CDPHE recommended BMPs and to continue outreach to the stakeholder. On February 25th, CDPHE requested a 45-day extension to the consultation window to continue collaboration with KMOG and the stakeholder. Next slide, please. On April 21st, KMOG finalized 12 CDPHE BMPs and committed to one additional BMP that KMOG collaborated with the stakeholder on to mitigate potential impacts to the dairy cows. We will install 32-foot tall sound walls along the southern property line of the dairy, in addition to the sound walls planned along the northern side of the Carnation pad prior to construction for additional protection. CDPHE included the following comment in their letter to the director. CDPHE applauds Oxy's commitment to stakeholder engagement through their active and continuous outreach efforts to accommodate the impacted resident and their dairy. CDPHE also noted that KMOG will continue to utilize noise-reducing technology around any additional gas lift compressors needed on the Jodster facility. We commit to our standard practice of 10-mile-per-hour speed limits on access roads, and that we will be constructing a berm on the north side of the pad for visual mitigation from the dairy. Next slide, please. KMOG's stakeholder relations team has engaged in door-to-door outings, distributed all required notices, and held community meetings, including pre-application and post-completeness meetings, and will hold a post-approval pre-drill information meeting as committed to with CDPHE. Stakeholders will always have access to monthly project updates on our dedicated website and response line. Next slide, please. Our OGDP engagement timeline is shown here. Our outreach related to the permitting process began in the second quarter of 2025, and our stakeholder relations team will continue to be a resource for community members through the life of the project. Next slide, please. I would like to review KMOG's engagement throughout this process with the stakeholder within 2,000 feet of the Carnation location. Our surface land team began conversations with the stakeholder about this project in June 2025 and discussed their questions about property value, reverse setbacks, and the permitting process. The KMOG team held the pre-application community meeting in May 2025, and the stakeholder did not attend. KMOG's stakeholder relations team began their outreach in July 2025 with a door-to-door visit with homes within 1 mile. They were able to meet the stakeholder, and no initial questions or concerns were brought up at this time. We held a meeting with the stakeholder to discuss the Carnation project in more detail and presented the informed consent packet in September 2025. The stakeholder brought up concerns around setbacks, noise and light, overall safety, and air pollution. KMOG personnel discussed the BMPs we have committed to for this location, how our 24/7 IOC helps monitor our locations, and walked through our alternative location analysis process. Subject matter experts were made available to discuss any remaining concerns the stakeholder had. After this meeting, the stakeholder submitted a public comment to the ECMC e-filings website, further expressing these concerns. KMOG continued to attempt to engage with the stakeholder to address the concerns they had, but in November of 2025, they requested a break from communication with KMOG. In February 2026, the stakeholder reached out to CDPHE to discuss their concerns around potential impacts to their dairy cows, which reside on the property to the north of the Carnation location. CDPHE encouraged them to collaborate with KMOG on this project, and they chose to attend the post-completeness community meeting. The stakeholder was able to speak with subject matter experts in addition to our stakeholder relations team about their concerns about the dairy cows. The stakeholder submitted a petition to the ECMC in March 2025. Next slide, please. KMOG was able to re-engage the stakeholder after the post-completeness community meeting. The stakeholder brought KMOG personnel on a tour of the dairy to explain their operations and allow us to better understand their concerns. KMOG continued to meet with the stakeholder to collaborate on BMPs that will allow for a protective operation for the dairy cows. We commit to construct 32-foot tall STC 32 sound walls along the north side of the pad and the southern side of the dairy property along the new access road to reduce potential noise, light, and dust impacts to the cows. The planned sound walls are shown in pink on the map to the right. KMOG will also construct a berm on the north side of the pad during interim reclamation to reduce long-term visual impacts on the dairy. The stakeholder agreed these additional BMPs, along with our standard BMPs, will provide a protective operation at the Carnation pad. They signed informed consent and wrote a letter of support for the project on May 4th. They also withdrew their petition on the same day. Next slide, please. The upcoming slides highlight our best-in-class BMPs and our use of the avoid, minimize, mitigate hierarchy. The items listed in green are CDPHE commitments, blue text represents enhanced systems and practices that are being implemented, and black text represents Kerr-McGee's BMPs. To reduce emissions, KMOG will bring water for completions to the location via the Water on Demand network, which will eliminate approximately 65,786 truck trips. Next slide. The Carnation wells will utilize the Jodster South facility for production. This will allow us to reduce emissions associated with constructing a new facility and running additional required equipment. The Jodster South facility already complies with Rule 316C3A2 and 316C4A1 and 2. We do not store hydrocarbons on location and have adequate and committed pipeline takeaway capacity for all produced oil and gas. Piping hydrocarbons away from the location reduces the potential of an incidental spill, and eliminating oil tanks from the location removes the largest source of emissions, in addition to eliminating 27,623 truck trips. The Jodster South facility utilizes utility power for all permanent powered production equipment on site. We also plan to reduce emissions by committing to employ service providers whose non-road construction equipment fleets have engines with emission rating of at least EPA Tier 4 final non-genset or equivalent. Next slide, please. In addition to pipeline takeaway for all produced oil, Kerr-McGee will protect groundwater from any incidental spills by using enhanced soil compaction techniques to minimize absorption and downward migration of fluids, in addition to using berms, geosynthetic liners that will be inspected regularly. Next slide, please. To mitigate noise, Kerr-McGee will place sound walls on the north side of the pad and along the south side of the dairy property to further protect the dairy cows. If a complaint is received during operations, Kerr-McGee will address the complaint and work with all parties to ensure resolution. Group 3 drilling fluid will be utilized to eliminate mud-derived odors. Next slide, please. Kerr-McGee has cited this location outside of HPH, floodplains, wetlands, and riparian corridors. Raptor and burrowing owl nest surveys will be conducted prior to construction, and we will consult with CPW if any nests are identified. Ditch and berms will be installed around the perimeter of the location and around all topsoil stockpiles to intercept and divert stormwater and sediment from precipitation and melt events. KMOG will utilize oil and gas pipeline takeaway in our water on demand system to reduce truck traffic along designated haul routes. Next slide, please. Kerr-McGee has real-time monitoring at the IOC with remote shutting capabilities to ensure a safe operation. KMOG will follow the BMPs outlined in the dust mitigation plan, including restricting construction operations if wind-generated dust cannot be minimized, and utilizing speed restrictions of 10 miles per hour along the access road and 5 miles per hour on location. A berm will be constructed on the north side of the pad during interim reclamation to reduce visual impacts from the dairy property. Construction will take place during daylight hours and will not require lighting. During drilling, completions, and flowback, Kerr-McGee will use LED lights with the minimum acceptable value for safe operations that will be directed to task areas as well as inward and downward. In addition to the BMPs shown here, there are numerous others included in our submitted plans that will also avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts that are not discussed here. Next slide, please. The submittal and construction timing requirements set forth in Rule 316 C1A and B are applicable at the Carnation location. KMOG will comply with Rule 316 C2. We will utilize natural gas generators with a battery and engine management system for the drill rig and Tier 4 equivalent natural gas engines for completions. Kerr-McGee agrees to all applicable ESPs in Rule 316 C3A, 316 C3B, and 316 C4B. Next slide, please. Rule 316 C4C 1 and 3 are not applicable to the Carnation location. There will be no permanent powered production equipment on site because production will be piped to the Jodster facility, which does utilize grid power, and produced water will also be piped to this facility. KMOG's practicability assessment determined that utilizing grid power or non-fossil fuel generated power for the drill rig is not practicable at the Carnation location. Next slide, please. In the practicability assessment, we outlined our communication with the utility provider, Poudre Valley REA, to assess if sufficient capacity is available to drill the Carnation wells on grid power. KMOG began conversations with Poudre Valley in February of 2025 about this project and received an official response letter in September 2025. The provider stated that sufficient electrical capacity would not exist to drill the Carnation wells. They are planning an upgrade project called Iron Mountain that needs to be completed before capacity is available. Poudre Valley was not able to provide a concrete timeline for this project. Poudre Valley is able to upgrade the existing utility power service at the Jodster South facility to accommodate the additional gas lift required to produce the Carnation wells. This additional power, on top of what is already consumed at the Jodster facility, will strain the system along the corridor. Next slide, please. To reduce noise impacts to the dairy cows on the north side of the location, CDPHE requested that we assess if capacity would be available to drill the 10 Carnation wells on grid power if the Jodster wells were temporarily shut in during the drilling process. KMOG discussed this with Poudre Valley, and they stated the capacity would not be available. The power required for the facility and the power required for a drilling rig are not equivalent and cannot be interchanged. KMOG has committed to additional noise mitigating BMPs to sufficiently address any noise impacts during pre-production operations to the dairy cows. Next slide, please. To summarize the Carnation OGDP, the petition submitted in March was withdrawn, and informed consent was received for the 1 RBU within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface. There were no public comments received during the extended public comment period. The Town of Johnstown USR was unanimously approved at both a Planning Commission hearing and a Board of Trustees public hearing in April and May 2026. The location provides protections of public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. Kerr-McGee's operational BMPs will minimize adverse impacts, including the use of Group 3 drilling fluid, two-phase pipeline takeaway, and extensive sound walls. The Director recommends conditional approval of the location, and CDPHE supports the BMPs proposed at this location. Thank you for the opportunity to present this location to you, and I will now pass it back to Ms. Jost.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Clark. And commissioners, thank you for your consideration of this application today. I'd like to now ask all of our subject matter experts to join us on video for any questions that you as the commissioners may have about this application. And Jason, we can take the screen share down as well. Thank you so much.
Questions for the panel? Commissioner Oath?
Thanks. And thanks, Ms. Clark, for the bulk of the presentation. I guess I want to start with a comment, which is to commend Kerr-McGee for the extensive engagement with the dairy farm owner in this case and working through those issues both with CDPHE's experts as well as the business in this case. So appreciate that and feel comfortable from my standpoint in where that landed. So I wanted to share that and express that. Where I would like to spend a little time is on your practicability assessment. I appreciate there was a little bit more additional information provided today in your slides, particularly around kind of the first of the five elements that's required by the rules for the practicability assessment. You provided some more information, I think, today about the availability of the infrastructure and discussions with the utility provider than was provided in the written submittal of the PA. But in general, I guess I'm having a hard time as I look at your PA, seeing how you've addressed the other elements of 316C4D. So I guess I'd like to ask if you could walk us through each of those five elements. With respect to the first one, I think you did a good job of that today. Although my follow-up question there would be, I didn't see any documentation of discussions with the utility provider in the record, so wanted to see if you can point me to that. And then if you could walk through the other four elements, please.
And Ms. Clark, I'm happy to take a piece of this for the documentation aspect of it. So Commissioner Oath, like there is no documentation about those communications with the utility provider in the record because those are subject to confidential business information that goes back and forth between the utility provider and Kerr-McGee as part of their discussions. And so that's why you haven't seen any of the communications or documentations with the utility provider in the record as of today.
And Ms. Jost, and sorry, Commissioner Oath, I don't want to jump in, but I'm just going to jump in. That practicability assessment document I put together did recognize the ability of the operator to utilize confidential business information in executive sessions. I know it's fresh as of this morning, and so I know you've been working on this for a long time. I'm just putting it into the record that as we move forward, there are ways to get around that to satisfy commissioners.
Yes, Chair, and thank you for that. And again, I think the practicability assessment guidance discussion was helpful for today. And I mean, I think there has to be a recognition by the commissioners that this OGDP has been teed up for hearing prior to that discussion today. And I think the recognition of that request for documentation in the guidance will be helpful as we proceed. But again, for the Commissioner Oath, for your question, that's why it's not in the record.
Thanks, Ms. Jost. I appreciate that. And I guess I will just say that I also recognizing that I think this application came in even before the existing guidance was issued. So looking at that, it was multiple months beforehand. So I recognize that. That said, the rules also stand and were in place prior to submittal. So that's why I'm looking at or asking for information about each of the elements.
Yeah, and from each of the elements, completely understand, Commissioner Oath. I just wanted to address the documentation request. Ms. Clark, do you want to join us for purposes of additional information on the practicability assessment, or again, anyone else from the subject matter panel of experts? Sarah, I'll look to you first.
Yeah, so sorry. I was just pulling up the rules so I could reference them specifically. But yeah, you were correct. We did submit this pretty early on last year. So, our approach to the practicability assessment modern is a little bit different than what we were doing last year. So to begin, AA, the availability of the equipment and infrastructure. The infrastructure exists. It is connected at the Jodester location, like I mentioned, but the capacity doesn't exist right now. Poudre Valley has indicated the Iron Mountain project that they're planning is expected to upgrade the capacity, but they don't have a timeline for that right now. And like I mentioned, trying to swap the facility power for drilling rig power isn't an equivalent swap, so we weren't able to commit to that. So BB, an explanation of how implementing the ESP could present adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, or wildlife. I don't think necessarily there would be any negative impacts besides we just aren't physically capable of getting that capacity for the drilling rig right now. With the construction, I don't have the details of the infrastructure that would need to be upgraded with the Iron Mountain project, but if there is any construction associated with that, there would be impacts to surrounding receptors along any lines that need to be built or any additional equipment that needs to be placed. CC, the potential reduction of emissions of ozone precursors attributed to the enhanced systems and practices. I do believe we have that, at least a section in this practicability assessment. Sorry, I pulled up the practicability assessment also so I could reference that along with you.
That's great. And actually, that's what I was hoping for, is to be able to understand which parts of what you have on the record would address each of these elements. So I appreciate that. And as always, I would also say we're not trying to catch you off guard. If taking 5 minutes to review this and cross-checking them with the regulatory requirements would be beneficial, I'm certainly amenable to that.
Sarah, would you like to take 5 minutes to?
Yeah, I think that's probably good. We can just get you a more comprehensive answer than me piecing this together for you.
Okay. And Chair, do you want to do that now, or do you want to go through commissioner questions? And then if there's any other questions that require us to communicate at a break, we can build those in.
I think
that about efficiency.
I think that maybe is more efficient.
Okay. Thank you.
Those are my only
Okay
questions. Those are my only questions. So, Mr. Chair, I will turn it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Oath. Others with questions of the panel? Commissioner Messner?
Thanks. Just a little more detail on the Jodster production facility. And so my understanding, and I think you made it clear, is that it is on grid power and that produced water is going to be piped there. Where does the produced water go from that Johnston facility from there? Does it get trucked from there? Does it get piped to a different location? What happens then?
Yeah, so it does get trucked from there, and it will continue to be trucked from there. We did look into trying to get a pipeline for the produced water, but the nearest saltwater disposal well is approximately 17.7 miles to the northwest, and putting that pipeline in would disturb approximately 6 miles within a DIC. The required 107 acre disturbance would affect wetlands and riparian areas and over 2.6 acres of HPH. It would require boring and a variance from CPW. A floodplain hazard development permit would be required for 1.2 miles of disturbance through the floodplain. And it would cross approximately 90 separate parcels, which we would need surface easement contracts with each owner. We would have to bore under 18 roads, 3 railways, and 8 waterways. And each of these would require a right-of-way permit from the local government. So based on that analysis, we felt that it would be the least impactful to continue trucking through the peak of the water production. And then we're expecting that trucking to drop off significantly after that peak.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm trying to understand whether the trucking of the Johnson facility with the additional produced water that was going to it was captured in the Form 2B. I think it was, but I'm just trying to confirm that it was.
Yeah, on the Form 2B, we submitted any of the incremental impacts associated with the Carnation wells on the Jodster.
Okay. I appreciate that. And then I do want to make just a note that there hasn't been a practicability assessment that's come before me that I haven't asked for documentation. And, documentation is, from utility providers is provided to every land use application I've ever seen. And so utility providers do have the ability to provide documentation for land use plans that doesn't have to be confidential business information, but rather is a will serve or, with a little more detail, or cannot serve, as is the process with every land use application in the state of Colorado with utility providers. So that's the detail I'm looking for. I don't need confidential email chains. I need a letter from the utility provider that they commonly provide. And so I have been consistent with that request in every practicability assessment that I've reviewed. And so that's not a new thing today. So, but that's it for me.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Other questions? Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks. I won't reiterate what's already been said, but they also certainly reflected my concerns that were primary as I read the one-page practicability assessment. And I guess what I'll add to that, without reiterating, is that, we are looking for something more than the potential timeline for an upgrade. There was nothing in the practicability assessment about that. The testimony today was they didn't know. And so, I mean, it's a pretty difficult thing to grasp in a professional conversation for one side to say when you're going to do it and the other side to say we don't know, and then that's the end. And so I think there maybe would be some supplemental information that can be added to testimony like that will help us understand kind of the circumstances surrounding the difficulty or lack thereof. And I certainly have more things to say about the practicability assessment, but I think we'll wait until we do the full justification and see if some of those things are handled. But I did want to ask you about two other things. One of the things was the status of the town of Johnstown USR. And so is there a special permit been issued? Is it already a done deal? Are you expecting it? Can you just give us a little insight as to how those conversations and local permitting have gone and what the timeline looks like?
Yeah. So the town of Johnstown doesn't actually issue like a signed permit at the time that they approve through those two public hearings. They need the approved Form 2A in order to actually give us any of that documentation. And then they require a pre-construction meeting to move that process along. So we have the approval through the two public hearings. And then hopefully we get the Form 2A approved, we'll be able to have that documentation from Johnstown.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And for the portions that you reiterated for me there. Also, something that's difficult for me to assess is whether additional disturbances are worth the pain. You went through significant disturbance that would be associated with the pipeline, and that was significant disturbance. But it's kind of a moot point if we don't really understand what future plans in the area look like. And granted, this isn't a cap, but sometimes disturbance is warranted. Hence, pipelines have been laid. And not knowing the future of development in the area really puts us at a disadvantage of determining whether or not, it's worth it. Can you talk a little bit? Are you able to give any more information about your other planned developments? You've got the two Jodster pads. Any others that are on their way up, and do you have plans for significant future development in the area?
We do not. Yeah, this is our kind of isolated operation here.
Thank you.
Further questions of the panel? All right. Well, do we want to take that 5 minutes at this point, Ms. Jost, and then we'll have you come back?
That would be great, Chair. Thank you.
Is 5 enough?
Um, Sarah, I'm going to look to you. Should we have 10 just to be safe?
Yeah, probably 10 just to be safe.
Okay.
All right.
Chair, is that okay?
125 will return.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
All right, we are returning to docket 250600117. The Carnation OGDP, the applicant is Kier McGee Oil and Gas Onshore. Ms. Jost, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Clark to address the practicability assessment subsections under Rule, 316C4D. So Sarah, why don't you go ahead and take it away, and Commissioner Oath, Messner, and Ackerman, commissioners, I should say, this should respond to each of your representative questions.
Yeah, so thank you for giving us a minute to just get that a little bit more organized than what I could do on the fly. So just to reiterate, for section AA, the availability of the equipment or infrastructure, as we discussed, the Iron Mountain project from Poudre Valley is required to upgrade the capacity in the area. That doesn't have a definitive timeline. For BB, the impacts associated with implementing the ESP, we don't have detailed information about that Iron Mountain project, but if it does include a construction of new infrastructure like lines or substations, those projects could have impacts, including ground disturbance, dust, noise, emissions, potential HPH environmental disturbance, and disturbance in DICs. We don't have the path or the plans for those, obviously, but those are potential impacts. For CC, the potential reduction of emissions, I'd like to have William Hess, who's our air expert, give you a little bit more information on that.
Thank you. And William, there we go. Go ahead.
Hello. So based on our 2B emissions that we submit with the permit application, the difference between using an electric rig versus a Tier 4 rig would be approximately 8 tons of ozone precursors.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And then to finish this out, the section DD, the non-applicability of ESPs, these are applicable to the Carnation location. And EE, the BMPs that we're using to reduce any impacts. So we will be following AQCC Reg 7 Part B6E1 rules year-round and not only during ozone. So this is including the natural gas generators with a battery and engine management system for drilling, and Tier 4 equivalent or better for frac fleet. We will have air monitoring in place during drilling completions and the first 6 months of production. Our water on demand network and the piping of hydrocarbons away from the locations will reduce truck trips by nearly 90,000 truck trips is the estimate. The Joster South facility does utilize utility power, and it will continue to use utility power to reduce emissions there. And we will be committing to employing service providers whose non-road construction equipment fleets have engines with emissions ratings of at least EPA Tier 4 final non-genset or equivalent.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Chair, that kind of ends the response to the 3 commissioners' questions regarding the practicability assessment. And then I think I would just also add that, recognizing that these requirements are in the rules, this practicability assessment was submitted early on after the adoption of the cumulative impacts rules. And it did go through the ECMC staff review for completeness and did result in a director's recommendation, including all of this information on the practicability assessment as submitted for a recommendation for approval. So thank you, Chair, for the ability to take that time and to present that additional information.
All right, thank you. Does any of that raise further questions, Commissioner Oath?
Thanks. I have one follow-up. On the last item, the EE items, you listed a number of things there. Are those, and particularly when you reference Reg 7 requirements, are those already regulatory requirements, or are these over and above?
I think the portion that is over and above is that we commit to them year-round, not just during ozone season.
And then the rest of the items that you noted, those are regulatory requirements?
They're not all regulatory requirements. Some of them we do willingly, but they're kind of a mix of CDPHE, BMPs, regulatory requirements in our internal BMPs.
I'm sorry, I don't think I quite understood your last two sentences. Were you?
Oh, sorry. I said they're, like you mentioned, I listed a few or a number of them, and they're mixed with some CDPHE BMPs that we committed to, some regulatory requirements from ECMC, and some of our internal standard BMPs.
Okay, thanks. So then maybe just so I am clear, the methods to avoid, minimize, or mitigate adverse impacts that are kind of the over and above would be that you're following the Reg 7 requirements year round and not just ozone season.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Messner?
Yeah, just the last question. Can you help me understand the need to have operations occur during the ozone non-attainment season?
So we have to balance like internal scheduling complexity that doesn't allow us to commit to operating outside of ozone season exclusively, but it's always a target for us.
Sure, I understand that, but in this particular situation where the ESP applies because you are choosing to do it inside the ozone non-attainment season, I'm wanting to know like the rationale, because the other option is you can use the drill rig that you're suggesting outside the ozone non-attainment season, or if you're inside the ozone non-attainment season, then the ESP is an electric drill rig, and so to me that's a consideration in the practicability assessment as well as like looking at the need to be able to drill inside of the ozone non-attainment season, and that wasn't discussed in the practicability assessment. So I'm just asking that question.
So internally, scheduling depends on a lot of moving pieces, as I'm sure you can understand. So we're trying to balance resource availability, HPH steps on other pads, and other permitting restrictions that are involved with our full inventory. So we aren't able to commit to operating this pad outside of the ozone season exclusively. But we do think the BMPs and ESPs that we're implementing on this OGDP are protective during ozone season if we have to operate during the ozone season.
And Ms. Clark, Commissioner, if I may, Ms. Clark, for purposes of the phases of operation for the Carnation OGDP, you're currently operating or plan to operate outside of the ozone season, just not committing to it, correct?
Correct. Yeah, the schedule that is in this presentation and that we are working on right now has all of our operations outside of ozone season, but we just can't commit to it exclusively.
Because of the flexibility necessary for your other scheduling constraints.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner, I hope that helps.
Well, yeah, just so I understand. So you're not committing to it, so the ESP applies, and so therefore we're doing a practicability assessment on it in order to create flexibility. Is that my understanding?
Can you repeat that, please?
So the timeline states it's going to be outside of the ozone season, which wouldn't require an electric drill rig. But you want flexibility, so therefore you're doing a practicability assessment in order to not have to do the ESP that's associated with the electric drill rig. I mean, is that a fair statement?
The flexibility is always needed for purposes of operations when there are approved pads and drilling inventory in place. So for purposes of this ESP, for the electric drill rig, I think there's been a lot of information supplied as to why it's not practicable. And there's no, I think the answer would be yes, they need to remain flexible with this. But I think that Kerr-McGee has met all the portions of the practicability assessment through purposes of this additional testimony today.
Yeah, I was just trying to get to why the practicability assessment was done, is all.
It was done because of, thank you, Commissioner, it was done because of Poudre Valley REA's inability to provide capacity for the electric drill rig to this site. And so, yeah, you're right. It's the one ESP.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Cross?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was hoping to ask Mr. Hess a follow-up based on what he indicated. To confirm, you said it was 8 tons that would be the difference between, did I get that number right? 8 tons between the electric and non-electric rig?
That's correct.
And for the stakeholders listening in, can you put that in context of what 8 tons, like equivalency?
I mean, in the context of the total pre-production emissions that we are estimating for the pad, it's less than 10%.
That is helpful. Thank you.
Other questions at this point for the applicant? All right, seeing none, we move to deliberations. Does anyone desire to deliberate on this application? All right, I'll start. I realized that sort of the focus of the commissioner discussions was on the practicability assessment. However, in this commissioner's mind, I think the practicability assessment, given when it was developed and what we were asking for at that time, is, in my mind, sufficient for the relief of some of the ESPs. I would also note that in discussions that I've had with folks, this whole getting firm commitment, non-commitment, will serve, will not serve from the electric providers is not, as I've been told, as easy as maybe it happens with land use applications. And a lot of that is because it's chicken and egg sort of thing. I don't know how to solve that, but I have been told by operators that unless and until they get an approval, they can't. It makes it much more difficult to go get a commitment from the electric provider to actually serve. And like, I don't know if that's right, wrong, or otherwise, but that's what they tell me. I don't think they're lying. I don't know what we do with it. I think I was trying in the practicability assessment guidance come up with a number of different methods for documentation. But at the end of the day, I think this is an approvable application, despite some of these nuances. And I think that if it come in next week, I think, and then we're looking at it 6 months from now, I think it might be look a little different. Yes, they're bound by the rules that were in effect, but they're complying with the rules that are in effect. They're not really bound by the guidance that was in effect, and that's kind of the twist that I see here. But I'll be a yes vote. Commissioner Messner, and then Commissioner Cross, and then Commissioner Oath, and then Ackerman, you're going to round it out because you didn't raise your hand quick enough.
So I also am going to be generous, I think, on this one, and because of the timing associated with it. But I'm uncomfortable with that because I actually don't think it meets the rules. And it doesn't meet the rules because of the practicability assessment. But I also understand that there was lack of clarity that perhaps was provided by staff and the commissioners as to the necessary steps in order to be able to meet the practicability assessment and the enhanced systems and practices. But in my mind, the enhanced systems and practices aren't optional, and they're not something that you try to do. They're designed to be implemented as per the act. And when I look at, the reason for actually needing this practicability assessment, the first thing that I look at is, do I need the practicability assessment? Well, I'm planning on doing it outside the ozone season, so no, I don't need it. Oh, I have to do it inside the ozone season, so therefore I need it. And if I have to do it inside the ozone season, then and I can't acquire grid power, then I would do a practicability assessment. Here we have a presentation that says that, ideally they're trying to do it outside the ozone season, but they want the flexibility to be able to do it inside the ozone season, but they can't get grid power associated with it, and so they're going to do a practicability assessment. To me, that's too wishy-washy as far as what's being proposed here, and I don't think that meets the rules. And so, in the future, I would be a no on this. Today, I'm going to be a yes because there's all kinds of good things about the application, as Kerr-McGee always does um, in their applications. But this practicability assessment is not meeting my expectations for what is required in the rules, and that's the primary reason why. The documentation piece, I think documentation is important. I think there's different ways to approach documentation. I've seen lots of will serve letters, over the years, but I think there's other ways that you can meet that. And I appreciate Chair Robbins, suggestions on different ways that you could potentially be able to back up, a statement that states that it's not going to be available or not. And so, I think walking through each one of the lines in the rules, as is done for many of the rules, is the best way to accomplish the rule. And so, the other piece, and Commissioner Ackerman brought it up, and it has to do with, what I'm seeing as a pattern of rationalization for why produced water takeaway can't be accomplished. And there may be impacts associated with one individual pipeline, but as we look collectively at the benefits of being able to tie into whoever decides to do the initial line, I think cumulatively and holistically, we're going to see less impacts associated with developing the necessary produced water infrastructure in order to be able to move this produced water around the DJ Basin without trucks. And so the argument that one individual pipeline from one individual OGDP is impactful, and so therefore we're not going to do it, when I'm hearing that same argument in every single OGDP that's coming before me recently, that's going to start to fall on deaf ears, because at some point there has to be some infrastructure that gets put in that ultimately will create less impact as more and more people are able to tie into this infrastructure that needs to get built out. But that's not a knock on this particular OGDP. It's more of a statement for how to better look cumulatively or holistically at produced water infrastructure. And so, but on this one, because I said I would be flexible on this one based on the timing and perhaps the lack of clarity on some of the needs or some of the submittal requirements associated with ESPs, I'm a yes on this one.
Ross, you're up next.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for leading off, and Commissioner Messner for your points as well. I will be a yes in favor of this. I just want to make a couple points, and I'll respond a little bit to some of what Commissioner Messner said there. I think overall, when I'm looking at the practicability assessment, and maybe this just comes from my legal background, the more information, the better. And that's not necessarily to say that I don't think that this did provide sufficient explanation. But to the extent you do have a will serve or a won't serve that's not confidential, that kind of information is helpful. I think that to the extent that there's confidential information, trying to set up ahead of time and say, hey, we'd like a quick 5-minute executive session so we can present this documentation to the commission. I think that that's helpful as well. But I think a couple of the things that stick out to me with what Commissioner Messner said, the ozone season committal. I do understand the difficulty with this. And I think one of the things that sticks out to me is it's difficult to commit to operating pre-production activities outside the ozone season. And then if something edges over and you haven't done a practicability assessment or you haven't done anything like that, then I think that arguably constitutes a significant change to the 2A and would have to come back before us again. So I feel a little bit differently in the broader sense, again, not necessarily focusing on this application, but overall of kind of dotting your I's and crossing your T's to make sure that if something was to happen and you did have to operate during the ozone season, even if it's not your plan, that if that might entail something that would go against an ESP during the ozone season, that it's always going to be safer to make sure that you get the information necessary to say it's not practicable for us to electrify in this situation for the drilling rig, for the production facilities. It's different, but we couldn't do it here, and here's why. Um, it, and I think a little bit of context on the infrastructure impact that Commissioner Messner talked about. I agree. I think that at some point in time, for reuse and recycling facilities, we are going to have to see some infrastructure. Um, I I think I'm not as strongly thinking it's going to fall on deaf ears for me because I think that this application is a prime example of that. Um, I think to a certain extent, until we get some of that infrastructure, even the recycling plant and or any kind of process for that, I think it becomes very difficult to say like what is going to be the best way to get the infrastructure to that available facility. And especially when you look at a situation like this one where Ms. Clark went through all the different things that it's going to impact. It's going to impact disproportionately impacted communities. It's going to impact HPH. It's going to impact wetland riparian areas. It's going to require boring underneath water. It's going to require boring underneath roads and bridges and trains, and that's significant impacts. And I think that where I will differ from Commissioner Messner on that is while I do think that eventually some of this infrastructure is going to have to be built out. I don't think it will ever fall on deaf ears to me if you're having those kind of impacts for something that is as temporary as the produced water takeaway is. One thing that I want to talk about a little bit more is also the level of the stakeholder outreach here, and the impacted resident outreach here. You know, we said no to an application not that long ago unanimously, and a big part of it was an explanation of we didn't really get a full understanding of what was said, who was talked to for the nearby residents that would be impacted, you know, what their concerns were, what their non-concerns were, anything like that. And I think that we see a stark difference in this application. And so I want to point that out to everyone else listening in, that this is the kind of information that I, as one commissioner, appreciate hearing. We talked to them at this point in time. Yes, we had difficulties with them on this. We met with them. We talked to them about what their concerns were, about their dairy cows, et cetera, and continue to work with them even after there was a point in time where it stopped, where a protest was filed, but they continued to try and work with them and documented all that information as well. And I think that that's a key piece of information as well. And I think that goes back a little bit to the practicability assessment as well. If you're willing to document that much information for the outreach for the impacted residents, I think providing more information on the practicability assessment is always helpful as well. But overall, I think this is a good application. I think that using the BMPs that they can commit to, I think is helpful, and there are a lot of good things with this, in particular that outreach to the impacted residents. So I appreciate that. I will also be voting yes.
Commissioner Oath?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I'll start where Commissioner Cross ended, which is to reiterate, my positive comments earlier for the applicant on their engagement work here. I think that's commendable and notable and says a lot about the operator's commitment to operate responsibly in this environment, and so wanted to call that out also. With respect to the other item that we have all been focusing on and talking about with the practicability assessment, I guess I'll go through where I am on my thoughts for each of those elements. The first one is around availability of equipment or infrastructure. I think that the applicant did provide a good amount more information today about discussions related to that with the utility. I would agree that I would prefer to see documentation. That said, I think in this particular case, that's not a hang up for me on this application. But I would say number elements B, C, and D for me all go to helping us address, okay, if we're gonna, we adopted this ESP for a reason because it has some significant benefits to our mission. And so these elements are to help us address, well, what are the trade-offs here? If we're not going to see compliance with this regulation, are there are there things that are of concern otherwise that justify that, or would the benefits be pretty negligible, such that it helps us understand practicability in that context? And so for me on BB, it's around how implementing the ESP could present impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. And I recognize that the applicant's take here was around not having detailed information here about what it would take to expand the utility power. And I think they carry the burden here. And to me, that is really speculative about potential impacts, was kind of the testimony that was provided. On the third element, the potential reduction of ozone precursors compared with operational difficulty. I appreciate after the break that you all were able to come back with some quantification here. I think this is important so we can, again, kind of weigh what is the volume of the impact that we're looking at here, and appreciate that you did not come back and rely on compliance with NOx and greenhouse gas intensity requirements, because I think I and other commissioners have found in other cases that is not sufficient. But what we did here was that what we're looking at here for electric versus Tier 4 is 80 tons of ozone precursors. And I would say that strikes me as quite a lot for a single location. And then with respect to EE, other methods to avoid, minimize, or mitigate adverse impacts. So other ways to get at how are we otherwise going to address those additional 80 tons. I think what we heard was the operator indicating that they're committed to following Reg 7 use requirements year round, not just during the ozone season. And while that is a significant and notable commitment, that doesn't, to me, mitigate any additional ozone precursors during the ozone season. And so that's a bit of a disconnect for me. So just giving, and I want to reiterate, given the timing, I am sympathetic here. I don't think that the operator here intended to provide a practicability assessment that would not be sufficient for our analysis. I understand where we are in terms of the timing and improving kind of what our expectations are here. And I feel confident that this operator will work to submit a practicability assessment that is compliant with what the feedback that they're hearing through these hearings in the future. But as we sit today, I remain uncomfortable with this practicability assessment. So that's where I am.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And you might hear some similar comments from me. I also don't think the written practicability assessment was appropriately met according to the rules. But the additional testimony given today at Commissioner O's request did help fill that gap, albeit somewhat minimally and on the fly. And I would just state that while additional justification response type comments in a PA are generally appropriate and helpful, the justification statements made up the bulk of this PA. And that's not the intent. They're not intended to be the bulk of the PA. The standards are intended to be the bulk of the practicability assessment. And they're clearly set forth in 316 C4 D1 AA through EE, as we've talked about a number of times today. I just wanted to ask, well, not ask, I guess, make a clarifying statement. And this is with regard to what Commissioner Oath just testified. My understanding was that the difference was 8 tons, not 80 tons, and potentially less than 10% of the total that would be with an electric rig. And is that, I'm getting a yes nod from Jamie Jost. Can I take that as that's correct? Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. It is 8 tons. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, I do think, and I won't go through them point by point. I think that they were minimal, but I do think that each point was addressed between the written practicability assessment and the testimony given today. The point of it being 8 tons or less than 10% of the total with an electric rig, I would say committing to Rule 7 standards year round. In my opinion, that I believe that will more than mitigate that kind of a loss. But this is a good point that it would have been very helpful to have seen additional specific quantitative information on the percentages of emissions saved by using those standards year round, as opposed to those, being lost during the ozone season. And I think of a practicability assessment as, write an essay trying to convince your professor on your point of view. And that it just seems so kind of elementary to me when we put it in regulation. In my opinion, I think it's pretty clear this written practicability assessment was very poor, really amongst the most lacking I've seen since the cumulative impacts rules were put in place. That's a strong statement, and it's a strong statement, especially because KMOG is a group that's known, at least to me, to be a group that does incredibly precise work and very good work in generally all aspects of their operations, which is, I think, why we're seeing some goodwill here today. And we didn't really focus much on that today, but there are points in this illustration or in this application that illustrate that KMOG is and has been a leader in moving protective standards forward historically and currently continuing to do so. So all that said, to me, and a little bit of scolding, I guess, there is maybe directed back at us and really clearly illustrates the need for us, as pointed out by the chair a little earlier, to really provide more material guidance on what we expect out of practicability assessments. I think this is a timely application from a quality operator, helping us clearly illustrate that we need to do some more work on getting these up to snuff in a proper way. One of the statements in this application that is helpful and is really a feather in the cap of KMOG is that KMOG has the lowest greenhouse gas intensity of any oil and gas operator in the state. I absolutely appreciate that. The way that was used in this practicability assessment almost seemed like, although it didn't explicitly state that, it almost seemed like, ergo, we were good, right? That's kind of how the practicability assessment felt to me. And that's not the intent. It's commendable, but we still need all companies, regardless of all of the quality of their other work, to comply with the letter and law of the cumulative impacts regulations. That said, I do think with the testimony that was added today that the practicability assessment rules have been met, albeit minimally so. And to me, that makes this application an approved.
All right. Any further deliberative thoughts? Commissioner Oath.
Yeah, I think I just will want to say thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, for clarifying that fact. That is a pretty significant difference in the level of impact here, and certainly puts me in a significantly orders of magnitude more comfortable position. So I appreciate that.
That's why there's 5 of us. I would move approval of this application. Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Jost. Thank you to staff. It's close to 2. Let's return at 2:10. And Ms. Jost, are you the attorney for the next one as well? Well, just take a quick break and then get your witnesses set up so we can get that one working. Thank you.
Great, will do. Thank you so much, Chair.
All right, welcome back. The Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission. It is 2:10 on June 10th, and we're taking up docket 2503-00045, a oil and gas development plan entitled TEBO 28-1. Applicant is Crestone Peak. They're represented by Ms. Jost. Good afternoon again. If you want to visualize your witnesses, we'll work through this matter by swearing them in to get started.
Great, thank you so much. All right, if everyone can come on screen. Mr. Boudreau, we have everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. I'll ask each of the witnesses to be visualized. When I call your name, please raise your hand, State your first and last name and swear to tell the truth. Chandler Newhall.
Chandler Newhall, I swear to tell the truth.
Jeff Annabelle.
Jeff Annabelle, I swear to tell the truth.
Scott Farkas.
Scott Farkas, I swear to tell the truth.
Aaron Schleybaugh.
Aaron Slaba, I swear to tell the truth.
Mary Yeast.
Mary Yeast, I swear to tell the truth.
Jeremy Saunier.
Jeremy Saunier, I swear to tell the truth.
Lila Hooning.
Lila Hewing, I swear to tell the truth.
Is that everyone, Ms. Jost?
That is Mr. Boudreau. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Chair. Kelsey, can you share the screen, please? Wonderful, thank you. Well, again, good afternoon, commissioners, staff, council, and members of the public. My name is Jamie Jost of Jost Energy Law, and along with my partner, Kelsey Wazelinski, we represent Crestone Peak Resources Operating LLC in the TBO 28-1 OGDP application before you today in docket number 2503-00045. Crestone would like to thank ECMC staff, council, and the director for their efforts on this OGDP and Arapahoe County for its progression and approval of the local permit. Crestone respectfully requests that the Commission approve the approximate 3,049-acre TBO 28-1 OGDP for up to 16 new horizontal wells developed from one existing expanded oil and gas location, and to also approve the corresponding Form 2A and join-in spacing unit application. The TBO 28-1 oil and gas location is over 3,000 feet from any residential building unit and is over 1 mile from any high occupancy building unit, school, child care center, and disproportionately impacted community. No Rule 304B alternative location criteria applied, so no ALA was required. Crestone has applied numerous best management practices and enhanced systems and practices to the TBO 28-1 location and has consulted with CPW in Arapahoe County. For the singular enhanced systems and practice that is not practicable for this location, Crestone submitted a Rule 316 practicability assessment that will be discussed today, and such assessment was reviewed and evaluated by ECMC staff as part of the director's recommendation for approval of the TBO OGDP. The TBO 28-1 OGDP application was filed on March 21st, 2025, and noticed on March 24th, 2026. Crestone complied with all notice and publication requirements for the OGDP, and no petitions were filed and no public comments were received. The TBO OGDP is a compliant and approvable application and will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources, and will protect against adverse environmental impacts on any air, water, soil, or biological resource in compliance with Colorado Revised Statute 3460-106-2.5a. At the conclusion of the presentation, Crestone respectfully requests that this commission approve the approximate 3,049-acre OGDP for the development of 16 new horizontal wells within the 2 proposed drilling and spacing units, provide that the 16 new horizontal wells will be located on one existing and expanded oil and gas location, and approve the associated Form 2A for the TBO 28-1 pad, approve the requested relief in Exhibit C, Crestone's associated drilling and spacing unit application, and also find that the TBO 28-1 OGDP will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, welfare, the environment, and wildlife, and is also in compliance with Colorado Revised Statute 3460-106-2.5a. Mr. Chandler Newhall and Mr. Jeff Annabelle will now present Crestone's TBO 28-1 OGDP application, and we'll have a panel of subject matter experts join us at the end for commissioner questions. Thank you, and we look forward to presenting to you this afternoon.
Thank you, Jamie, for the overview and introduction. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Chandler Newhall, and I am an asset development engineer with SM Energy. I will be presenting a portion of the TBO 28-1 oil and gas development plan today. I will begin with the mineral development details. As mentioned, the TBO 28-1 OGDP encompasses 2 distinct drilling and spacing units, both targeting the Niobrara Formation. The TBO 27-28 DSU, located to the north, is a 1,280-acre unit designed for up to 8 new horizontal wells. This unit covers all of sections 27 and 28 in Township 4 South, Range 64 West. The Bull Moose DSU to the south is a 1,760-acre unit, also designed for up to 8 new horizontal wells, targeting the Niobrara Formation. This unit covers 3/4 of Section 32 and all of Sections 33 and 34 in the same township and range. The Niobrara Formation is present and continuous under all of the application lands, confirming the geologic viability of this development plan. The map displayed on this slide illustrates the boundaries of each drilling and spacing unit. Next slide, please. The map on this slide depicts the location of existing wells relative to the proposed DSUs. The northern Tebow DSU does not contain any producing or pre-existing horizontal wells. The Bull Moose DSU to the south has 3 existing Crestone horizontal producing wells. 2 of the wells, the Tebow 32-3H and Grimm 34-4H, will be plugged and abandoned. The Tebow 33-1 well will continue to produce throughout and beyond the development of the new wells. These operations will be coordinated with the new drilling activities to ensure safe and efficient development. Additionally, there are 4 legacy plugged and abandoned vertical wells that will be evaluated during the offset well evaluation process. This slide illustrates the proposed operational timeline. I want to call the Commission's attention to an important consideration regarding wildlife. We have worked closely with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to adjust our operational schedule to minimize impacts to pronghorn and other wildlife species in the area. The estimated cycle time from the beginning of pad construction through drilling, completions, and interim reclamation is about 1 year. We anticipate only one phase of our operations will overlap a portion of the pronghorn wintering season. This timeline specifically reflects the feedback we received from Colorado Parks and Wildlife during our post-completeness consultation. We believe the timeline represents a responsible balance between efficient development and wildlife protection, and we are committed to adhering to the seasonal restrictions outlined in our consultation with CPW. This slide covers the siting analysis that was conducted for the location, starting with the key distance measurements from the working pad surface. The nearest residential building unit is located 3,057 feet to the northeast. The nearest school or child care center is more than a mile away, and the nearest disproportionately impacted community is also more than a mile from the location. Regarding high priority habitat, the existing pad is located within a pronghorn winter concentration area. However, the pad is sited outside of mule deer, high priority habitats, and aquatic native species conservation waters. As I discussed on the previous slide, we have tailored our operational timeline to account for the pronghorn habitat. An important point to emphasize is that both the location and access road are existing infrastructure, which significantly reduces new surface disturbance and associated environmental impacts. Zero Rule 304.B alternative location analysis criteria were met, meaning no alternative location analysis was required. Finally, CDPHE has reviewed the best management practices that Crestone has committed to for this location and supports the incorporation of those BMPs as means to remain protective of public health, air quality, and water resources. This slide summarizes our engagement with the relative local government, Arapahoe County. The Tebow 28-1 pad has undergone a thorough local government review process. We held our pre-application meeting with Arapahoe County in June of 2024, followed by a neighborhood meeting in October of 2024. Our first formal submittal was made in May of 2025. The initial public comment period ran for 14 days from May 20th through June 3rd of 2025. A discretionary public comment period was also held for 14 days that occurred from December 9th through December 23rd, 2025. I am pleased to report that Arapahoe County just recently granted final approval in May of this year, and the TBO 28-1 Administrative Energy Use by Special Review was approved on May 7th of this year. This approval demonstrates that the local government has conducted a thorough review and is satisfied that the proposed development meets all applicable local requirements. Turning to our community outreach efforts for the TBO 28-1 OGDP, as I noted in the siting discussion, the closest residential building unit is 3,057 feet from the proposed expanded pad. The closest disproportionately impacted community is more than a mile from the location. An Arapahoe County neighborhood meeting was held on October 1st, 2024, providing an opportunity for nearby residents and community members to learn about the proposed development and ask questions. I'd like to highlight for the Commission that no public comments were submitted through the Form 2A and e-filing system throughout the entirety of the public comment period. Additionally, no petitions were received regarding this development plan. The absence of public comments and petition indicates that the surrounding community has had the opportunity to engage with this project and has not raised objections through the formal regulatory process. We remain committed to being responsive to community concerns should any arise going forward. I will now turn it over to Jeff Annable discussing cumulative impact mitigation and best management practices.
Thank you, Chandler. My name is Jeff Annable, Manager of Permitting in the DJ Basin. I'm going to walk through the specific steps Crestone is committing to in order to protect the surrounding community and environment throughout every phase of this project, from the moment we break ground, through drilling and completion, all the way to long-term production. We organize our commitments around three questions. Can we avoid an impact altogether? If not, can we minimize it? And where some impact is unavoidable, what do we do to mitigate it? You'll see that framework, avoid, minimize, mitigate, applied consistently across the next several slides. Let's start at the very beginning, how the site was chosen and how we'll build it responsibly. In terms of what we're avoiding, this location was sited outside of mule deer habitat protection area and aquatic native species conservation waters. There are no residential building units within 2,000 feet of the working pad surface, and no schools, parks, or childcare centers within a mile of the site. And the nearest community that has been designated as disproportionately impacted is more than a mile away. To minimize construction impacts, we'll be using almost 3 miles of existing access roads rather than building new ones, and we're expanding an existing pad rather than disturbing a new site as preferred by ECMC rules. We'll also time construction to avoid sensitive wildlife seasons. And for mitigation, we'll use water on the access road to keep dust down. Any soil we would disturb will be carefully stockpiled, graded, and revegetated to prevent erosion and protect water quality in the area. When it comes to drilling, one of the most significant minimization commitments we're making is the use of an electric drilling rig powered by the utility grid rather than diesel engines, greatly minimizing emissions. Additionally, we will be using Group 3 mud, which generates far less odor than diesel drilling muds. On the mitigation side, we'll use a closed loop fluid system, meaning no open pits. A protective plastic liner will cover the surface area beneath the drilling rig as an extra safeguard. Any materials transported off-site will be covered, and before we begin drilling, a 32-foot sound wall will be erected around the entire working pad to add as an additional mitigation measure. Now onto the completion phase. We'll lay temporary above ground water lines to deliver water directly to the site, which helps to minimize truck traffic. The equipment running during completions will meet Tier 4 emission standards or better. In order to mitigate noise, Crestone will continue to use the sound walls as well as a quiet completions fleet. Any natural gas encountered when the wells are first brought online will either be captured or sent directly to a sales pipeline, or sent to an enclosed combustion device with 98% efficiency or better. During the production phase, Creston is committed to minimizing and mitigating potential impacts. First, oil will be transported offsite by pipeline rather than by truck. The facility will be powered by utility power, so there are no generator emissions at the site during production. The proposed facility will not have oil tanks, and we will use a bulk separator, three-phase meter design, which cuts the production-related emissions roughly in half. The facility's smaller footprint will allow more area to be reclaimed and returned to HPH habitat. For ongoing environmental protection, the wells can be shut down remotely if needed. Equipment will be painted a desert tan color to blend with the landscape. Air quality will be continuously monitored on site per Arapahoe County regulations for at least the first 3 years of production. And when areas of the site are reclaimed, we'll use a seed mix recommended by Colorado Parks and Wildlife specifically for pronghorn habitat, as well as wildlife-friendly fencing. Next, I would like to cover our practicability assessment related to the inability to transport water, produce water off location, and be tankless for produced water. After hearing the prior OGDP, we have decided it best to walk through the rule requirements for the practicability assessment. Starting off with AA, there are no existing produced water pipelines in the vicinity of the site available for connection. Any pipeline solution starts entirely from scratch, new corridor, new infrastructure, full construction footprint. There's no opportunity to tie into something nearby and limit the impact. That's the foundation of everything that follows in this analysis. As far as BB, when we compare pipeline construction against the ongoing truck traffic associated with hauling declining produced water volumes over the life of the well site, the pipeline comes out worse across the metrics than that matter most in the basin. Pipeline construction means months of heavy non-road diesel equipment operating intensively across an 18.25-mile corridor, generating a significant one-time emission pulse of NOx and particulate matter, the pollutants of greatest concern given the ozone non-attainment designation here. It also means clearing and trenching approximately 110 acres of new surface disturbance, approximately 5 crossings with potential riparian and aquatic impacts, and a permanent corridor through previously undisturbed habitat. Trucking on existing roads adds none of that. The produced water volumes are declining over the well life, so the truck traffic is modest and diminishing, and uses infrastructure that already exists. And even when you take the most conservative view and account for the incremental acreage disturbances associated with other pads that could potentially be connected in the area, the initial surface disturbance from pipeline construction is still using our best guess estimate to be approximately 15 times higher than the trucking alternative on this pad alone, which is a big hole to dig out of, considering each pad connected would add at least a mile to the pipeline disturbance. On balance, the pipeline imposes greater adverse impacts on public health, safety, welfare of the environment, and wildlife resources than the trucking alternative. Subsection CC reinforces that point specifically around construction. The act of building the pipeline, not just its presence, but the construction even itself, is more impactful than the truck traffic required to haul declining produced water volumes. That's comparison worth noting. On one side, you have bounded but intense construction event, heavy equipment, significant emissions, over 100 acres of ground disturbance, multiple crossings. On the other side, you have a low annual volume of truck trips on existing roads declining over time as production declines. The construction event alone tips the balance, and that's before you factor in the permanent footprint of the pipeline that the pipeline would leave behind. On DD, we've confirmed the project site is not located within disproportionate impacted community. That said, we want to be straightforward that this doesn't reduce our obligations. We're implementing the full enhanced system in the practice detailed on the Form 2A across the rest of the project. The pipeline exception is carved out specifically because the impacts exceed what those mitigation measures can adequately address. To be clear, this isn't a situation where using a pipeline determination to avoid mitigation commitments. We're making the pipeline determination because the impacts are genuinely disproportionate, and we're holding ourselves to enhanced systems and practices everywhere else on the project. Finally, EE lays out our additional commitments specifically during the high ozone season. We're going to be using Tier 4 equipment for construction operations, no idling of equipment on site. Ozone alert days will avoid scheduling work that can be safely delayed on ozone alert days. Produced water trucking fleet, at least 90% of our produced water hauling fleet will be 2010 model year or newer. EPA's 2010 on-road heavy-duty diesel standards represent a significant step in NOx and PM control. So a fleet that's 90% 2010 or newer meaningfully limits the emissions profile of the ongoing hauling operations over the life of the well site. This is worth noting because it further widens the gap between trucking alternative and the pipeline construction. We'll be using a maintenance vessel, which eliminates venting that would otherwise occur during those activities. Bulk separator and three-phase meter design, which cuts emissions normally associated with a separator per well in half. Taking together, these commitments reflect that even without the pipeline, we're not stepping back from our air quality responsibilities. We're addressing impacts through means that don't require creating a larger problem to solve a smaller one. Next slide. Before I close, I want to note for the record that Crestone is requesting the Commission's approval of the TBO 28-1 OGDP and the 2 proposed spacing units that will develop 16 new horizontal wells. By finding that this OGDP will protect and minimize adverse impacts to public health, safety, and welfare, the environment, and wildlife resources. That concludes our presentation. To the members of the Commission, thank you for your time and consideration. I also want to say thank you to ECMC staff for their time reviewing our application materials. To the members of the public who are here today, we appreciate you being here and engaging in the process. We welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Strandville, and also Mr. Newhall. Chair, that concludes our presentation. Again, I'd like to thank the commissioners for your consideration of the application today. I'd like to just now ask all of our subject matter experts to join us on video for any questions that you as the commissioners may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Once again, Commissioner questions. We'll start out with Commissioner Messner.
Thanks, and thanks for the presentation and the application. I thought it was a good application, and I did have a couple of questions for Mr. Annabelle. So I appreciate your rationalization and your arguments and your practicability assessment around the produced water pipeline, and I think a lot of your points make sense. Do those impacts that you're talking about associated with produced water lines also occur when putting in oil takeaway and gas takeaway?
Yes, those pipelines do also incur, but we have a lot more infrastructure for oil pipeline in the area. I think oil tanks are incrementally more impactful than water tanks as far as emissions go. In our experience, produced water tanks don't produce nearly as much emissions as you get from produced water tanks.
I think some of the data in the 2B might contradict that a little bit, but I appreciate your point of view there. Ultimately, my point here is that as you are required to reuse and recycle more and more produced water, which we'll start to see over the years, the need to build out this infrastructure, and it will have to happen a little bit at a time, right, is going to be necessary in the DJ. And if we get to 2028, when we're going to be evaluating those higher numbers, and the argument is there's not enough infrastructure in order to be able to reuse and recycle at 20 or 35% as anticipated by the produced water rules, this is the reason why, right? And so this becomes the problem. And so I understand your arguments on individual by individual OGDP basis, but my suggestion would be that we look at this a little more holistically, as you look at OGDPs and as you look more holistically at different areas and, with cooperation between different operators, because this produced water infrastructure, I mean, it's no problem to put in the oil infrastructure, right? Because there's money associated with that, right? there's cost associated only with the produced water piece until we get to higher reuse and recycling rates. And so I understand the situation here, but I think you did a good job of making your argument on the practicability assessment for this particular OGDP though. So not really a question.
Other questions, Commissioner Cross, then Commissioner Ackerman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. Mr. Newhall, if I could get you to pull up slide 5, I just wanted to ask a couple clarifying questions on the discussion of some of the existing wells and plugging in them. So you had mentioned that you will be plugging the GREM 34 and the TIBO 32 3H, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And those are the ones that are north-south orientation there, the ones with the red lettering.
Okay, and the TIBO 33 is going to continue to produce.
Yes, that one would continue to produce.
And then I think I heard you say you're going to evaluate the 4 previously P&A'd wells.
That's correct.
And I see those on there. I'm curious as to what the other wells in these DSUs are.
Yeah, so those were originally proposed locations that were never developed or never drilled.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. That was my only question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Annable, I appreciate your testimony. Thank you. And I agree that you did a good job as well on the practicability assessment. There's some discussion about the former RAPA cap and that this is clearly not part of that, but is intended to be a standalone OGDP. You alluded to some potential future development in the area. And I just wanted to see if you have any thoughts on whether you're intending to move towards a continuation of that or some other cap, or at this point, are you intending to look at these OGDP by OGDP?
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, for that question. We actually withdrew the RAPA cap, I believe, back in May. We were able to greatly minimize the number of locations that were originally proposed in the RAPA cap. And because of that, we decided to go with an OGDP by OGDP basis with the far fewer locations. We didn't feel it necessary to do an overall cap for it.
Thank you. I appreciate that update. And I also appreciate your testimony from earlier about, the significant consideration associated with this ESP. I said in a previous OGDP and think often that when we look at these at an OGDP by OGDP basis, it's almost always clear that trucking is going to be beneficial to construction of a pipeline. I appreciate you taking a little deeper take on that. As really, as other OGDPs come forward, at some point a pipeline might be justified. And I appreciated your testimony that you made this determination specifically with that information in mind. I think that's a good approach and would encourage others to do the same. I also appreciate that you worked with CPW to adjust the schedule and location, the detail that you went into there. One question about that is that my understanding is that there's a commitment to CPW to further continue evaluating your schedule. You have done so considerably so far, but made a commitment to CPW to see if you couldn't tighten up the time between drilling and the initiation of completions to try to even shorten further the incursion into the big game timing limitations. Can you give any kind of a status update on that, or is that a field game time level decision?
Thank you, Commissioner Ackerman, for that question. Our schedule right now is pretty in flux. We're doing our best to try and balance, operating outside of ozone while trying to commit also to minimizing operations within HPH timing. I think as of right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Heening, that we are for sure committing to only one operation within timing limitations, and I'll defer to her if I spoke incorrectly. But you will always try and tighten up our schedules better to minimize operations within the window.
Yeah, thank you. That was my understanding, is that you were just the completions portion. and with an almost 12-month schedule, I understand with ozone non-attainment issues also that you're doing your best to work within there. I would encourage you to continue to see if you can tighten the gap between the end of drilling and the beginning of completions. I know that you've committed to do that with CPW, and I just wanted to highlight that here. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Other questions for the applicant? All right, seeing no further questions, we can have the panel unvisualize, and then we can turn to the commissioners for deliberations. Does anyone care to initiate deliberations? Commissioner Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be a yes vote in favor of this. I thought that the applicant did a very good job. Just a couple high level points, I think, of really good things in here. Expansion of an existing site, the distance from many of the receptors, as talked about the quality practicability assessment, the consideration and work with CPW. I think we're all very good, as well as the BMPs. Almost all of them that we ask them to do, they are doing here. And so I think there's just a litany of good things here. So I'll be a yes on this application.
Commissioner Messner.
Thanks. This is a well-sited location, and I appreciate the siting of it. I appreciate the distance to the receptors. I understand that there still are sensitive receptors associated with it, but I thought I read in the application that they did ultimately commit to one occupation inside the timing stipulations. Ideally, it would be outside the timing stipulations, but I think they did a really good job on this one, and so I'm a yes on it. I still I think the cumulative impacts report did highlight a few things to me, and I think that our job is to utilize the cumulative impacts for the report and the findings associated with it in our decision making as we look to evaluate and address cumulative impacts. And the decline in the amount of reused and recycled and produced water statewide does jump out at me, and in a time when we're really pushing to see it increase, not decrease. And I continue to hear the arguments so that the infrastructures are the issues, but not putting in that infrastructure, at OGDP by OGDP level, or looking more holistically at it, will continue to exacerbate this problem. And as I read the tea leaves, and I imagine operators are reading the tea leaves as well, water will become more of an issue than air emissions in these type of permitting processes as we move forward into the future. And so I'm just encouraging us to continue to look hard at how we build out that infrastructure so that we're able to look and preemptively address some of these potential issues around water as we move forward. So that's my thoughts right now.
Others with thoughts? Commissioner Oath.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have just a brief comment, more as a thanks to CPW, as they noted in their CPW consultation memo. This was a site where I joined CPW at the site during the field visit to learn more about just how they approach their consultation process. And I want to extend my thanks to CPW for that invitation and for accommodating me on that visit. It was very helpful for me to better understand their process and thank them for the great work that they do to provide expertise on wildlife matters.
Great. Does anyone desire to make a motion?
I'll move for approval of the application.
Second.
Motion and a second. AAG Boudreau, are you comfortable with that motion?
I believe there's one condition of approval documented in the director's recommendation. So I recommend that the motion be amended to include the condition of approval that reads as follows. If at the time of the expiration of the OGDP, the location has not had a well drilled, the operator will reclaim the location.
I remember that. Thank you for the catch.
And I'll amend.
Amended second.
We have a motion, an amended second. Do we have further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jost. Thanks to staff. Thanks to the 69 people that are still listening in on us. We want to thank everybody for listening into the ECMC hearing today, and continue to work with us. With that, I would move to adjourn as our business is over.
Second.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Thanks.